Hello. Welcome,
Hello.
Exalted. I'm glad you're already here. I am accompanied by Code 807. We are doing Game Jam together.
Oh, I should have YouTube chat open as well, so I can see all the chats.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, how do you want to do the looking at the theme at the same time? Should we just go to the website at the same time, or...?
As soon as I have my, as soon as I've got both chats up and I've got things ready to go, then I'm just we'll do it at the same time, yeah. Alright, I'm typing in Godot Wild Gym. Are you ready to go check the theme?
Yes. Don't press enter yet.
I won't press enter. I'm hovering over it. I'm ready to click.
Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, go! Ooh-hoo! Okay.
Folklore.
The theme is folklore. Wildcards include Transfer Takeover, play as different characters, one of my personal favorite mechanics. Actions have consequences, players' actions persist between each playthrough, that's fun. And Turtles all the way down, use recursion in level design / story elements.
Turtles?
It's just a metaphor for recursion. I think it's like a Foundations of the Universe thing where it's like the whole universe is actually on the back of a turtle, and it's like, well, what's the turtle on? And it's it's another turtle. It's turtles all the way down.
Adagon Dev, welcome. I saw that you subscribed a few hours ago. Thank you so much for the follow. Or not subscribed, followed a few hours ago. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quell Squad. And welcome to the stream. We're doing Godot Wild Jam. Okay. What are the first things that come to your mind?
Folklore is a little tricky.
Yeah.
It's very broad. It encourages you to do some storytelling. It almost encourages that more than gameplay.
Turtle.
You have Transfer Takeover. There are plenty of folklore myths about creatures that take over for people, changelings and such, skinwalkers and all sorts of interesting creatures like that.
I mean, we're not necessarily limited to storytelling. We could just have like characters or a setting that's from a common or like a well-known folklore story, right?
It's true. Or we could make our own story that feels like a folklore story.
Yeah. We have some leeway here. I feel a little intimidated because I don't know anything about folklore.
As long as you have some characters around a campfire, I think you're good.
Some characters around a campfire, yeah. Or even just like, I guess this is very story heavy and probably not... Well, I shouldn't say that. This is very story heavy of like maybe folklore within the world that our story is in.
I was thinking something similar. What if we had like a local legend that the characters are talking about, and then that's like real.
Mm-hmm.
Folklore. Let's Google the word folklore. Get some inspiration from definition. Cultural expressions of a particular group of people manifested in verbal form, proverbs, jokes, legends, songs, material form, objects of art, customs, beliefs, and ways of doing things. What if you had characters telling a story, and you would make decisions that shaped that story? So you're basically generating little levels or experiences via some sort of storytelling mechanic, and then well just tell me what you think of that. That's what I'm feeling.
I'm scared of anything story heavy, but otherwise Yeah, that would be really cool. Like, the game starts with you just seeing like a bunch of characters around a campfire kind of like telling stories to each other, and then you kind of like dive into the story and you're playing the story.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I like that. I think that's really cool.
There's also an excuse there for any number of these wildcards, because you can have actions have consequences. You can have characters that were created as part of a story remembered by the game and have them show up in other stories randomly.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, there was a monster and he looked and acted like this, and then later in another story that monster shows up unrelated and you're like, oh no, it's the monster from before.
Actions have consequences is really cool because that feeds into the like you are making the story, like your actions shape the story that you're playing.
Yeah. The way it says between each playthrough implies to me that once your story that you're telling has reached an end, the next story you tell might be affected by the previous one.
I didn't realize it was between each playthrough. I thought it just meant like actions you take at the beginning affect the ending of the game, kind of thing.
What if you had characters all telling a different legend that revolved around the same thing or the same goal? Let's say it's a spooky lake, not spooky, but a mysterious lake, or maybe it's this character's quest to do this thing, and they're all telling the legend in like a different way. I just like the idea of folklore meaning like interpretations on a story, variations on a story.
I'm trying to think about... I got stuck in my head about actions have consequences a little too much, and I'm thinking like, what if... And I'm kind of combining your idea of like different people telling stories that are all have the same like goal or whatever, and then like what if you play through once and one character tells the story, and then you play through again and it's the story is slightly different but has like some elements of what you did in your story in the last playthrough.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. I really like how that flows conceptually. And it feels like even though they're supposed to be separate stories, like maybe they're not, because there is some connection between them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, Exalted. Where it's like not like each time you start up the game playthrough, but like you are playing through the same story every time, but a little bit different.
Right.
Because it's told by a different character.
So what are we thinking environment-wise? I'm a big forest, campfire, rural fan for this theme.
Forest, campfire, rural. I think that makes sense if it's the most folklore vibe. I'm trying to think.
Or around some ancient ruin that the characters don't know the history of and they're just making up stories about, like some stone tablet of some sort.
That would be cool. Do you have ideas of what this story is? Because I feel like that shapes a lot of it, is like... And, okay, so we're starting with the setting and shaping a story around it.
I like the idea of a mysterious lake.
I do like Mysterious Lake. Mysterious Lake could also be in a forest. I also like the idea of like a deserty, ancient ruin.
I hate to see it.
Why?
I hate deserts.
Okay, no deserts.
I respect the desert aesthetic, but man, I can't stand the heat. So because of my real aversion to the heat, I'm like, oh man, deserts, no.
I just
which
had
is a
this
shame because
this thought.
pyramids are so cool.
I just had this thought pop into my head of like the characters sitting around the campfire are different every time, and they're all telling a story that they've heard. So, yo, Lynn, thank you so much for the follow. Wait, that's a subscription. You subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much for the subscription.
Let's go.
That means so much. Thank you, Lynn. Of like, what if every time you finish the story, the people at the campfire are different people who have just heard the story from the previous people, and that's why it's different.
I actually kind of dig that. That gives me similar. It makes me think of Reigns. Have you played Reigns?
Reigns?
Or Rain? I think it's Rain singular.
Rain?
Reign.
That sounds familiar, but I don't know.
Like the Reign
it is
of
called
Kingdom.
Reigns.
Dang it! I was right the first time. Should have trusted myself.
Yeah, I've never seen this game.
It's a very simple game, and there are two controls to the game. You swipe right or you swipe left, depending on what the character says. They'll be like,
Sounds like Sword
"Hey,
of Court vibes.
Can you? Yeah, it is. I think it's before. It's pretty old, and they'll come up to you and be like, "Hey, could you give us more resources for our farms?" And then it's like, "Well, your farming will go up, but your stockpile in your kingdom will go down," and you kind of manage that. And the deal with Reigns is that once you run out of resources, 100% of the time, your reign is over and you are replaced. Usually something unfortunate happens to you. But sometimes there are key story events, and those will carry over into your next reign, despite the fact that you are technically a different person.
Oh, but it's the same kingdom.
Right. So most of the stuff is just the same old stuff. But some stuff will carry over from like important events.
Mm-hmm.
And we could do something similar where you're kind of telling a story and it's the same way every time, basically. But there are variations based on decisions that have been made about it beforehand.
Can you expand on that? Decisions that have been made about it?
Sure. I assume if it's storytelling, I imagine at some point players will make decisions about how the story goes. So they'll say like, oh, they found a secret passage over here. And then later in the story, or later on a different telling of the story, when they're playing as the character, it might not ask if there's a secret passage, but they might be able to find it anyways because they've previously defined it as part of the story.
Okay, gotcha. I think it would be funny to have like the characters telling the story as like narrating what you're doing and then arguing a little bit. Like maybe at one point one character would be like, and then he ended up at a crossroads, and then somebody chimes in and goes, I heard he went left. And then if you go right, the other character chimes in and he's like, no, he went right.
That is exactly, that's the good stuff right there. You have it so that what would be awesome is if you had character dialogue that didn't interrupt the flow. So instead of having, dialogue boxes that you have to press A through, they're just kind of like talking over you, the character in the story, moving around. And they'll mention things that the character might or might not have done, and then you'll like do one of those things. Yeah, like, I'm all about that actually.
None of it is intrusive. It's just text that's there that while you're playing you can look down and read it.
We will want to make it so that once a player has tried something, it sort of locks them out of other decisions, giving it some uniqueness.
We're using Google Docs. Well, I thought we would both be in this Google Doc, and then Code was like, no, I don't care. So I wrote this template.
I didn't say no, I don't care.
Do you want to work on this Google Doc with me?
No.
I want to fill out
I don't care.
Yeah, okay then.
It's not because I don't care. I just don't. I'm not into using like Google Doc for this.
Yeah,
The thing is,
that's
if
fine.
we wanted, we could have a document in our game, or we could use Obsidian or something. I mean, if it gets to it, if this gets to be a big enough document with enough notes that I'm gonna want to reference this all the time, I'll absolutely join the Google Doc. But for now, I think I'm good.
Yeah, for me, this is just a way of organizing this conversation so that we don't forget everything as soon as the conversation ends.
That's a smart way to go about it.
I don't know how to spell.
How to spell what?
We're fine. Everything's good.
WE''RE space FINE. I got you.
A phone group text that pops up on the left and right of the screen, then fades away. Oh, that could be cool. Wait, can I be in the Google Doc? No, this is me in code then. What would be your interest level code in bringing Lynn in and having him help with sounds? Because he makes music and stuff.
I would not mind having an audio engineer on standby. That sounds incredibly useful and cool.
No pressure, Lynn, but if you're interested, let us know. Theme would be forest with a mysterious lake. Music? Well, you've never offered Exalted. I didn't know that you would be interested. Okay, I think the art style is pretty obviously going to be pixel art.
I can deal with that. That makes sense to me.
Are you interested in exploring another art style?
We're all no. I'll stick with what I'm comfortable with, especially because we're like scope is a little bit of a game right now.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried that like trying to implement a big complicated story that changes every playthrough might be a little big, but we'll see.
We're gonna start small. We're gonna have, because we can really stick with the folklore theme just by having the characters sort of talking over the gameplay like that. Even just that gives a lot of like characters telling a story vibes, which is perfect for folklore. So even bare minimum, like we still have an MVP here, even without adding all of our fancy wildcard stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Even if it's just the first playthrough of characters telling a story as you play it.
Yeah, even if it's literally just a quick story with characters talking over it, telling the story, or even arguing. You could even have little arguments about what happened. That's still very folklore-y.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's mysterious about this lake? Is there a monster in it?
I like the idea that the character is trying to get to it. That just sounds very simple legend. Like he's trying to get to some mythical or important lake, and it's about his journey to get there and the things that block him.
My brain is tingling on the prospect of producing Animal Crossing villager voices. That would be funny.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I would love little sounds.
Okay, so trying to get to a mythical and important lake. Maybe this is like a Zelda style combat game and you have to fight things along the way, or maybe puzzles, maybe both. I like the idea of combat more than puzzles.
I like the idea that whether it's combat or puzzles is somewhat determined by player choice.
So you want it to be both?
Yeah. Combat's easy. We could always just implement combat and then decide what to do with that or not do with that later.
Okay.
I am super down for Animal Crossing villager type voices. I also think I think Celeste has similar, like, people talking sounds, and it's just about my favorite thing in video games. So I am hugely in favor of voice sounds for game stuff.
Oh yeah, like Celeste sounds.
Okay, so I will create a new GitHub project.
Oh yeah, do we have title ideas?
We
Hero of the
definitely
Lake.
have enough that we can come up with a working title.
This is my idea, Hero of the Lake.
Hero of the Lake. Elsie, why? Sorry. A little bit of a cat situation. This is not a toy. What about something more generalized, like finding the lake or reaching the lake? Because he doesn't necessarily need to be a hero. He can just be a guy.
Unreachable Lake. No. Mysterious Lake.
You want it to be about the story of getting there. So you want the focus to be like reaching the lake or to the lake or finding the lake, something like that.
To the lake.
Well, I suppose it depends on what kind of folklore story you're telling, but I like stories where there are sort of goals or journeys that a character is taking to reach something. Those are really good because there's a lot of metaphor potential in saying that he's trying to reach the lake. You could look at that 200 years down the line and be like, was this a metaphor for something? Was the lake not really a lake? Was this about something else? There's a lot of interpretive power in that.
I like To the Lake because it could be a callback to a game I really like called To the Moon.
I know To the Moon.
Exalted suggests the Forgotten Lake, and Lynn is giving us silly ideas, which is Lake Important, Run Fast, and the Lake.
Big Lake, Go to Lake, Adventure at the Lake to the Lake, I think is the full name of the game.
Literally, it's just a summary of the game. Guy seeking lake goes to lake.
Let's go to the lake. We really need to get to the lake, is what we'll call it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me create. To the Lake is the name of the repo. I guess we're just going to open source this right away, right? Just make this a public thing.
If you want to, I would hold off a little bit until it's like kind of ready, but yeah, if you want to open source it now, I'm down.
Yeah, let's open source it, because that also puts pressure on us to make sure everything is licensed well, which is just kind of healthy.
What kind of license are we putting on it? Your least favorite question.
That is my least favorite question, and I'm already like, why would you ask me this? Choose a license.
Okay, my favorite suggestion so far from Lynn is knock knock, who's there? It Lake.
Perfect. How about seriously, this game is about a lake. That's another good name.
The title is Lake with the subtitle of one time a guy found a lake and told his story to a bunch of people, and now nobody agrees on what the lake story actually was or means, etc., etc.
That's a fantastic name.
My
you gotta
two
put dashes though. GitHub doesn't allow spaces in the repo title, so those all have the dashes. This game is not a metaphor.
My two favorite open source license are the MIT license and the GPL v3, which MIT is kind of just like anyone can take our work and do whatever they want with it. GPL v3 is people can only take our work and do things with it if they also open source the things they do.
What was the deal with the MIT one again?
Anyone can pretty much do anything.
And the other one was, do they have to say where it came from?
I don't know.
I'm a big fan of people saying where it came from.
Exalted, do you know things about the MIT license? What is there's a website. What's the website that I'm looking for? Legal TLDR. Or TLDR legal? TLDR legal. It tries to explain open source licenses in a way that is easy to understand.
Looks like the GNU, the GNU public license, is probably the way to go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just go with the GPL. I assume that's one of the options on here. It is. It's GNU time.
Yeah, the only thing is that they have to open source it, but they don't have to say where it came from.
For GNU?
For GNU, yes.
No, it says that any kind of attribution must be kept in place.
What are you reading?
According to github.com/readme/guide/open source licensing.
Oh, okay. Sounds good then.
Alright. To the Lake. Game for Godot Wild Jam number 70. And now let's add a friend. It's friend time. I don't actually have your GitHub if you'd like to share that with me.
It's just Quellis.
That's so much nicer.
Then what?
The last 4 people I've worked with have all had names that are different than the normal name they use.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I try to use Quellis for literally everything.
Add Quellis. Good. I will go ahead and initialize a project real quick. I mean, I initialized the repo, but I'm going to initialize a Godot project.
How do I go to my account settings? There it is. I need to set up my public keys and stuff.
You should. It saves crazy time.
Yeah, because I don't use GitHub. I use GitLab for everything, so I don't have this account set up.
I see.
The only thing I've done with this account is make Resonate issues that immediately got closed and told me that the issue already exists.
Hey, you know what? We appreciate you putting in those issues because you noticed them. Just do check to make sure they're not clones. I've also put in a few clones. But I've looked for them. I have gone to make an issue and then looked to see if it already existed and concluded, alright, good, it doesn't exist. And then got cheesed, and it did actually exist.
Yeah, it was kind of like a bigger issue that the thing I was bringing up was a small part of it. So I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
All right, desktop, mobile, and web platforms is probably the way to go. Or no, desktop platforms only. Oh, wait, no. We want, okay. So the deal with Godot Wild Gem is you need to distribute to Windows, Linux, and Mac. I don't even own a Mac, so I can't actually test.
Wait, we have to distribute on Mac?
So here's the bit. We can distribute on web, and if we do that, then it's technically compatible with everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was
So
either the
that's what I've
3
been
or
doing.
web, right?
Yes. So that's what I've been doing.
Got it.
A project.
Yeah, I think web would be
Initial.
nice for sure.
Create a new 2D scene. Save it as, I guess, main or test. I don't really care. I just need a file.
Are there any caveats or anything that we have to consider exporting on web?
The fact that it's difficult and the fact that shaders might have issues and you might have to be a little creative.
Wait, what's the difficult part? That's what I'm asking about.
They're just like miscellaneous web bugs. It just takes a little bit of debugging to figure out what on earth is going wrong sometimes.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna hide my webcam for a minute.
Initialize project. Hit push that guy.
Oh yeah, did you share it with me?
Yeah. Hi, I'm the only one on stream. This is now the Snake stream. I'm your host, the Snake, over here in the corner.
Are you sure that you sent it to the right Quellis?
It had the Q, the famous.
Because I don't see anything on my GitHub account that suggests that.
Awaiting Quellis' response. Pending invite.
How do I find it? I have no unread notifications.
What would this link do if you went to it?
Oh, okay. It brought me to accept the invitation. There we go.
Let's go!
Email only. Oh, gotcha. We'll be good now. GPLv3.
They're not email only, I don't think, but it's because I think there's like a pop-up or something on GitHub. I just think it's one of those actual hit or miss website mechanics where it literally just does or does not work at random. We have a blank project, it's beautiful.
Yo. Damn, that's a beautiful blank project. Look at that.
Kind of incredible. Not gonna lie. Wow. As far as stuff to work on goes, your webcam's still off, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to the blue corner. Hello, the blue corner. As far as what to work on, as far as like doing stuff while we chat about what to do. Oh my gosh, you're back! We could make a simple movement, little guy move around.
Oh, I thought I was hiding it well, Exalted.
Get actually called out.
I know. Has been true in the past. Oh, you just guessed. I called myself
Get
out. Even
actually
worse.
Called out.
Okay, sorry. You were saying?
We should make a little guy who moves.
Yes.
I'm thinking I'll work on like the dialogue pop-up boxes.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably pick a resolution for this game actually, so that I can do UI stuff at the right scale. For pixel art stuff, it's important.
Yeah, I have no idea how that works. How you make sure that everything is the same resolution.
You go to project settings, I think it's graphics window, and then the size.
Project settings. Graphics?
Display.
Display window. And then what are we looking for?
Well, it's just the viewport width and height, but we need to decide a width and height, which will largely depend on what kind of pixel art sprites we're working with. Like how much fidelity we want these pixel art sprites to have.
Does the window size matter? Yeah, I guess
It matters a lot.
yeah.
We could try to make literally everything dynamic to resizing, but that is just the worst experience. As a pixel artist, I might as well just do what I know how to do and make sure everything just has the right pixel resolution.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. This isn't a decision I've ever had to make before. How tiny is 1280 by 720? Is that gonna be teeny tiny?
No, that is a massive canvas.
Can I just open it? There we go. Oh yeah, that's fine. I think this is a good window size.
It's going to actually be way too big. See, what we can do is we can scale up the window later and just scale everything up so that the window fits. What's important is that we account for the pixel art style that we're going to be going with.
Okay, so we want to start with like true to pixel.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, then that's all your department.
So, I can't bring this in because this is copyright and we're trying to be good. Gosh, dang it. You know what? We just won't be a little sneaky. Yeah, we won't push this to the GitHub. But for the sake of testing, I'm going to send you a.
Do you want to
pixel art
share
file.
your screen?
How would we make that happen?
You share your screen on Discord, and then I drag the Discord window over to the monitor that
Discord window?
is being
I
streamed.
hope you mean the popped out stream.
I could do that, yeah.
Way bold, otherwise. Too bold.
What are you gonna see?
I don't know. Your Discord DMs. Don't leak DMs.
You can't see my DMs. Especially
Unless
in
you
streamer mode.
Unless you forgore. I always assume that I'll forget, so that I'm on the safe side.
Based.
Assets. I'm gonna call this file copyright stolen illegal zelda.png. Just make sure, just so that we know we need to remove it. Let me stream my Godot. I should be streaming.
There we go.
Okay, so you can see my stream?
Yes.
And I'm on stream.
Yes.
Excellent. So, what did you set the size to, or did you just leave it?
It's currently 1280 by 720, but it doesn't matter.
So here is why 1280 by 720 could be a problem. This is copyright stolen illegal Zelda.png. And this is Link at actual size from The Legend of Zelda. That's how big he is.
Well, yeah, I just thought we would scale.
So rather than scaling this into the window, we're going to be creating the window at the correct size and then scaling it later.
Okay.
Because when you go to project settings, you probably won't be able to see this. But when you go to project settings, you have...
Yeah, I can't see it.
You have the ability to scale it up, like by default.
Wait, where's that?
Perfect.
Oh, the scale slider. Got it.
I think it's just the scale slider, yeah. No, you know what? That's Windows stretch mode. There's something else you can do. Initial screen? No. I know you can do it, I just don't remember how. And we can always set the viewport later to a bigger size and create a sub-viewport in the game that's the right viewport size. But I think just for like universalizing our testing, it'd be good to just have everything be the right resolution right away.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Go all... Oh, I wasn't reading Exalted. Unless you go SVG for all
100% SVG based UI.
Not even just SVG for the UI for like zoom. You also have to deal with position and scaling that way. Like you can have the best SVG in the world, but if they're displaying your game on a 24:2 ratio screen, it's like, okay, well, where on earth are all my elements gonna go now?
I mean, I've done most things in SVGs on creating a web app, but the web is kind of designed well for SVGs.
My pixel art size that I do when I do like pixel art pieces is 200 by 200. It's very small for a game, but it's my baseline for deciding what size things should be at. We need to turn on the nearest filtering. It's gonna drive me crazy. Visibility, texture, filter, nearest. Nice. So this is way too small. Probably gonna want to at least double this. We can find like a nice 16 by 9 resolution, or yeah, 16 by 9 resolution. Let's say 200 by 16 is 12, and we want to at least double. So let's do 16 times 20 by 9 times 20. 320 by 180. Let's see how that looks. Probably still a little small, especially because I'm crunching the vertical resolution even more.
Yeah, I'm worried that might be small.
That's too small. Let's
it is on the small side.
16 times 30 and 9 times 30. That's 480 by 270.
What did you use for your the game where you draw the sword?
I used the DS resolution, which is 256 by 192.
And what do we have here?
This is 480 by 270. If we use the DS resolution, which is 256 by 192, it would look like this.
Oh, interesting. Looking at it from this perspective, like, feels very cramped. Like, I feel like Zelda looks gigantic. But obviously I've played a game that's at this resolution and it wasn't as bad.
I think originally he might have even been more cramped. Let's see. Did the NES
Oh,
have a
I just called
resolution?
Link
It's
Zelda,
okay.
didn't I?
It's fine. Well, you were clearly referring to the name of the PNG we're using, which is copyright stolen illegal Zelda.
True.
The original, the NES actually had a bigger screen,
Oh.
so it would have been 240 on the height.
Wait,
but
are you
still,
saying
this is,
the NES is higher resolution than the DS?
well, yes, but it also has one screen instead of two, so it's not as high res technically, kind of.
Gotcha.
But resolution isn't everything. The Nintendo DS had a special set of processors just for doing like 3D stuff. So it could do nice 3D processing. It had a ton of RAM, which is to say, I think 4 megs for the regular Nintendo DS and 16 for the DSi.
Okay.
I believe. You fact check me on that, but I believe that's the wham.
I am a big fan of 16:9, and that's my only criticism here, is that I would like it to be 16:9.
So let's go back to 480 270 because I was actually kind of into it.
Okay.
480 270 is big. It's huge, large, but I think that's okay.
Okay.
So this is how big original Link is on a canvas like this. I unfortunately don't think I have any assets that I can bring in for testing. Let me go to itch and find some assets. Just for, like, you know, decoration while we see how things look size-wise.
Yeah. I like that idea.
Obviously we're looking for free. As much as I have no problem paying for game assets, in this case, we're open sourcing everything, so in the case we save any of this. I can't find the free tag. Oh, there we go, free.
Copyright stolen illegal game assets incoming.
That's right. This is a crime channel now. We're doing only crime.
Yo, it is
Let's
June.
go. You can only use these assets in non-commercial projects. You can modify the assets. You cannot redistribute or resell, even if modified. Probably won't use those. I don't know if redistribution via GitHub counts as redistribution, but it probably does.
Wait, what counts as redistribution?
Having it baked into your public GitHub project.
Yeah, that's redistribution. Distributing it publicly via GitHub is redistribution.
My goodness, I'll just make my own dang trees.
Wesley can't chat on Twitch, so he is DMing me, and he just tuned in.
Welcome, Wesley.
We got Code here. He is Snick.
I am the snake in the corner. That's me.
No, that way.
I am a game developer. This is my 3rd time doing Godot Wild Jam. Hello everyone, who I did not introduce myself to, which is everyone. I am not Quellis. That's the most important thing you need to know about me.
What? We look
Not
so
actually.
similar, though.
I know. It's very easy to confuse us.
Yeah. I think the only way people can tell us apart is that I'm wearing glasses and you're not.
Yeah, it's kind of a dead giveaway if you really think about it.
Was the theme revealed? Yes, the theme is folklore.
We got folklore theme.
We got folklore theme. We have a couple wild cards that we can mess with if we have the time. So we're thinking of doing the actions have consequences, but we're gonna try to make the game work first before we start making things change every time you do a playthrough.
Right. If you give. Let me just make us a dummy sprite to use for making a character move around.
Okay.
How big is Link? 16 by 16, I think.
Folklore is a painful theme. It is interesting.
Very generic. It's a scary amount of open-ended.
We do have a general idea, Wesley. Where was that document? Our game is probably going to be called To the Lake, and the idea is the game starts with like a bunch of characters sitting around a campfire telling stories, and then you zoom into the game, and then as you're playing the game, the characters are kind of telling the story, but it kind of like, I imagine as you're playing it's going to feel like they're narrating the story. Yes. Because the story that they're telling is the actions that you are making.
Yeah.
And the goal is to get to a mysterious, maybe magical lake.
That's a very well boiled down summary of the plan.
Hell yeah.
I guess I could stream GIMP. I don't see.
Yeah, you're kind of the streamer now.
Oh boy. I was ready for this, in case you think I wasn't ready for this.
Okay. What does that mean?
Alright, here we go. Can you see the little guy?
Yeah, this is a cute little guy.
He's not my best work, and he doesn't look very serious, but he will do for the sake of we have nothing right now.
Is this link resolution?
It is.
Nice.
Which means he's very small.
Small.
I don't know how small we want the person to be. This is just sort of the size I'm using for the sake of I don't have a size to use.
Yeah, this is fine for now.
Ignore the fact that the colors are all over the place. I just haven't decided anything.
This little guy here is the same pixel size as Link from the original Legend of Zelda on the NES. I think mostly we ended up here just because we were using that image as a reference to understand pixel density. And then now we're here.
And we could use any sort of standard pixel size. But if we're going pixel art, there are some conventions. I think 16 by 16 is pretty common. I think old Pokemon characters were 16s, unless they were 32s. The bigger it is, the harder it is to generate assets. Because just a higher pixel density equals more pixel art to do. So let me bring in this.
I do wonder if there's like a sort of curve of like, if you go too small, then it becomes hard because you have to get really abstract, and that takes a lot of creativity. And then if you get a little bigger, you don't have to stress so much. But then if you get too big, then it becomes too much work to fill in all the pixels.
I like 16 by 20. I like doing a 1 by 2 or 1 by 1.5.
Oh, as an aspect ratio?
Yeah.
I was like, 1 pixel by 2 pixels is not enough pixels code.
You underestimate me. 21st. Okay. Choosing a resolution and creating a character is complicated business, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he can already have more of a body. He's beautiful.
I think it looks great.
Let's give him like a tone.
I don't like your tone.
So rude. Do you want to work on like making the man move, being a little guy?
That is what I'm doing.
Create...
I wanted to see if what am I doing? Words.
You can, yeah, go on.
I wanted to see if Godot has a template that I can just make a character body 2D, and then it would just be like, do you want a character controller with that? And then it's done.
Do you want a character controller with that?
Yeah, it does.
What do you mean?
Here, watch my stream.
Oh boy.
You create a character body 2D, and then you go attach script, and then here it says template, basic movement. And then you create that, and then now you have a script for basic character controlling.
Yeah, does it have everything we want?
No, this is a side-scroller.
Platformer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always a little worried about those because sometimes they'll have really tight controls or really floaty movement, or they'll work with maybe an 8 direction. There's a lot of different ways you can control a character, and you might not want certain ways depending on the kind of experience you're going for. Obviously in this case we don't want a platformer at all, but in general, like, you might not want you might not want really fast, really floaty movement, or you might want really slow walking, or you might want sprinting, or you might not want sprinting. And these packs will usually come with stuff by default that you have to kind of weed out if you use a template, because creating a locomotion from scratch is very easy. It's very easy stuff.
Do you have a really specific idea of how you want it to feel? Because to me, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to start with the template and then see how it feels and change it from there.
I kind of have an idea, yeah. I would make a square or a rectangle that's the right size, which is to say, in this case, I'm working with 16 by 24. And I would just take in the 4 input directions, build an input vector from them, and just make it move along that vector by a specified run speed, or walk speed.
What is your resolution?
My resolution is to eat less fast food.
The resolution of this character, what is this canvas size?
Oh, the character is 16 by 24.
Thank you.
And the game screen is 480 by 270.
Oh yeah, that is also what I need to do. Thank you. 480 by 270.
Yes. I don't know if folklore is a painful theme folklore is very open-ended, I would say, which can be rough. Some themes are much more, you can immediately think of something to do. Folklore is very like, what do I want to do with this? And a lot of unexpected pressure doing pixel art of a character. Characters are not my strong suit as far as this kind of pixel art goes.
I think this looks amazing. Like I've been watching this whole time, just like this is great. I love everything that you're doing.
Excellent. I need him to have more interesting clothing. I want to sort of hide him more because as a folklore protagonist, he should be more or less like player self-insert generic. So that means just having clothes that are more concealing and generically defined. I guess just concealing is the word I'm looking for. Rambling slightly because I'm drawing and talking.
How do I size my collision shape?
My issue with this sprite right now is that it's really bright. I do not want extremely bright sprites because I feel like the aesthetic I'm thinking is nighttime, or at least evening.
Nighttime or evening? Yeah. I think that is pretty fitting for like a mysterious forest. If it's daytime and bright and shiny, do we even have mystery?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think J.J. Abrams could do it, but I can't.
What did J.J. Abrams write?
He did Lost. He did Super 8.
Oh, Lost, yeah. You would have preferred Sacrifice? Oh, are you also making a game for this, Jam? Can you try to give me some indication of how to pronounce your name? Adagon? Atagon?
It's gotta be
Eightgon?
Adagon. I'm putting all my money on Adagon.
Planning out with your team? Nice. What was the last thing you said? You said it's gotta be Adagon, then something else.
Yeah! I said I was putting all my money on Adagon.
Adagon was my first thought, but I was like, I want to make sure that I ask in case I'm wrong.
Okay, we have... Why is that not working? We have John and or Jane generic and or John Eric.
How do Sprite? This is gonna be a big learning curve for me because I have never done 2D before.
Let me know what you need to know. I have done 2D many a time.
Oh, I really messed that up. Okay. Oh, because that's not the size, that's the position.
What Wesley says John Fantasy. Perfect.
Wesley, do you not have a way to communicate on Twitch or YouTube?
Twitch and YouTube are not real. Let's just get that out of the way.
True, they're like Australia.
You're not wrong. Much like Australia and the concept of finances and taxes, it's just not real.
Wesley thinks our idea is very similar to Curse of Monkey Island. Or not very similar, it reminds him of it. Watching on a TV.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Lucky.
Lucky.
Yeah, I gotta sit at a computer for this. I want to be in front of a nice TV.
Chilling on a couch. Well, you're probably on a couch, aren't you?
Me? No, I'm on the world's most uncomfortable chair.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. What I'm trying to do is I need my collision shape 2D to be the same size and shape as my sprite 2D.
So, your collision 2D, you will add a box to it. I can't find your stream. I have too many windows open. And you'll just make the size the same. Nope, the rect is fine, but you'll change the rect size to be the size of your sprite.
Oh, I didn't click on the rectangle. There we go.
There you go.
And then I think it was 16 by 20?
It is 16 by 20.
Yeah, look at that.
24.
Shiloh, welcome to the chat. Monkey Island is a throwback, nostalgic. Yeah, somebody thinks that our idea for this game jam is similar, or reminds them, at least, of Monkey Island.
Welcome, Shiloh, to the game jam stream.
Wait.
I will be animating. Oh,
I messed this up. It was 16 by 20.
24.
24. Okay, thank you. I thought I messed up this stand-in texture that I made.
Nope. So now I will be animating like a simple walk animation. So that should be pretty exciting. Oh my goodness, I do.
How do I move you? Select there, now move that. Got it, okay. Now we need a script. Let's call this character controller.
And
New to Godot? New-ish. I have a game that I've been making for a while. But it's all 3D. I've never touched 2D before. Code, the snake that you see right here, knows quite a bit more than me about Godot and 2D. He's also making this pixel art that you see over here.
I've been making 2D games for many years, since I was in, I want to say like junior high or whatever. So that's 10, 12 years ago, something like that. I used Game Maker for a long time, and then someone recommended Unity, and I turned it on once and decided, no thank you, I'm good actually. And then eventually found Godot, which is like Unity, but it feels good. Not to hot take on any big Unity fans. I appreciate Unity, and a lot of amazing games are made on Unity, but I have a skill issue.
Based.
The only games I've actually released are the ones recently for Godot Wild Gym. I've made a lot of games before, but hardly ever do I actually finish the releasing process. I need to pull up the chat. Oh, I need a better way to get this up.
I use all those engines in Game Maker, is so intuitive. Oh, interesting.
Game Maker is so intuitive. I've not used Game Maker. Honestly, I don't think I've used Game Maker since it's been called Game Maker Studio. That's sort of how long ago I was using Game Maker. But even when it was just Game Maker, like, it was just amazing. You could just whip up a game. I mean, I was a kid, and I was just spamming out total games. Verbose is a good way to put it, I would say. Godot has a lot more built-in stuff. You know, it has physics, it has collision detecty stuff. It's like a suite of game engine tools. Although I haven't played Game Maker, I'm sure Game Maker's nutty now. It already had sort of some basic like sprite collision stuff when I was making it. I would do physics stuff. I'm sure now that it's huge, it's yeah. Game Maker has all that, but lacks in the UI department. Yeah. I would love to try new Game Maker because it's really amazing.
Is Game Maker Lua?
I'm sure it's really better. That's a great question. I have no idea. I know it's not open source, and that is currently my big draw to Godot. Is not only is it a fully featured and really nice looking and great feeling engine, but it is open. It's open source. It's totally free.
GML.
It's really cool. Yeah, GML proprietary. The Game Maker is a complicated thing for me because as a piece of proprietary software, you know, it's rough to recommend it over something like Godot, which is totally free. But if you have money and you want like a good beginner experience, like I started with Game Maker, and I would absolutely say that it sort of made me a game dev.
I was gonna call you out, Shiloh. I wasn't gonna call you out like, hey, you copied this. I was gonna call you out like, oh yeah, you know. You know these things. Okay. Yo, Shiloh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quell Squad. That looks great. He looks like a rogue a little bit.
The visual scripting in Game Maker was always really nice. Everything, it just has icons, and you just plug everything into everything, and it's very sort of easy to understand setting up scripts and triggers.
Wait, how else do other people mispronounce Shiloh? I feel like it's a pretty...
Shiloh.
Okay. To me, that's incredibly intuitive.
It's probably just because you know the name.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so then... change the scene to the main scene. Run it. And now we can move the character up and down, left, right. Yeah, I can't tell you where I've heard Shiloh before. Maybe in like TV shows or something? But I've definitely heard that name before.
Is it... Hold on. Yeah, the Dreadnought song Shiloh.
Dog in Bible?
Yeah, also that.
What does that mean?
Old school RuneScape.
I did play old school RuneScape back in the day.
There's a place called Shiloh Village in Karamja.
My name, Quellis, is a pretty hit or miss name. Some people, for some reason, throw an I in there and pronounce it Quellius. Shiloh the dog. Shiloh the inn. Shiloh village on RuneScape. Apparently there's a Shiloh village in the Bible. Some people say Quellius. People who are Spanish speakers assume it's like because two L's make a Y in Spanish, right? So then they try to work that in.
Quayas.
Yeah, like Quayas. Or Caius, maybe. But the most common mispronunciation is Quellius. And I'm like, there is no I there. Where did you find an I?
I'm going to try a weird sprite thing. These are 4 frames. This is a fine little animation. Looks a little goofy to me, but this is sort of how it's done. But I think I can just do better, straight up. and I'm going to try to don't know what the word is. Delay the head movement is the plan.
Sounds good. Strategy Gamer Live, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quell Squad. We are getting a lot of followers. It's because you're here. People come in here and see a snake and they're like, we gotta follow.
Real snake moment. I also pushed the stream on the Godot Discord.
Oh, Gongon Stan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quell Squad. The Godot Engine Discord?
Yeah, under streams.
Oh, they have a whole channel just dedicated for this?
They do, and I went ahead and put us in there. Oh my gosh, you didn't see the snake? Oh, we gotta make it bigger. Quellis! Quellis!
I got you.
Our idea right now is let's go! There's a channel in the Wild Jam Discord. Oh snap, is it time for advertising round 2?
Yo,
Quellis,
more advertising?
Go do some advertising. I will tell what we're doing for our project. So far the idea is that we are going to have characters telling a story. The story is what you're playing. You're sort of the character in the story they're telling, but you're also going to see the characters' dialogue over the game as they sort of discuss and argue about how they remember the story going. And in that way, it's sort of a folklore story being told by just the local people and how they remember it. Right now, the general story is that there's a person and they're trying to get to a lake. It is vague, and it is vague on purpose. Shiloh says, now I can't hear anything. All I do is see snake. Oh, is it because you're not paying attention? Thank you, Gongon. That is the concept. The story is vague on purpose because that's how folklore stories go sometimes. Especially if they're misremembered or if they're passed down, or, you know, it's a general conceptual story for interpretive reasons. Thank you, Gongon. Gongon Stan says, hope it goes well.
Thanks. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong scene. I was double clicking this scene. I was like, why isn't it opening? What's going on? Okay, we want this to be centered. And then we want this to be like over, well, maybe somewhere in the center of the screen for now. Is Mr. Snake stream 2? Both of you are wholesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, do you have any socials that you want to be shouting out?
I am actual trash garbage at social media. I do have my own Twitch account. I occasionally use it for streaming Resonite projects with my team on Resonite, but it's extremely rare. You can find me on Twitter, X, at code_807. I really just, I guess I'm not too active on any of my Code 807 accounts in public anymore. You can find any VR projects I do at Team Brightspark on X. Also, my VR team's Patreon is there. It is fun. We play Resonite. Resonite is basically a fusion between a VR social platform and a VR game engine, and it's just amazing. We can just hang out while making stuff in real time, and it's really awesome. The capability that game gives you is crazy. You just, if you can think it, you can make it. Thank you, Quellis, for the link shares.
Yo, I got you. Wait, what about your itch.io?
Oh, I also have an itch account because I make games for Godot Wild Jam. I'll post that one actually.
Okay. Nice.
If you go to my Twitter, you can find such amazingly relevant posts as the tweet from several months ago, and then one from last year, and then one from January of last year. I'm very frequent.
Was it a good tweet several months ago at least?
It was. It was our submission for MMC 24 back in March.
Nice. After you scratched it. Why scratch it?
Because it itches.
Oh my god. How did I miss such a good obvious joke? It's bad to scratch. I genuinely just didn't get the joke. It went right over my head. Feels bad, man. Okay, I have a character controller.
Oh.
I should change these keybinds to be WASD. Wait.
Oh, as opposed to arrow keys? Absolutely.
Yeah, arrow keys bad. WASD good. Show built-in actions? I don't know what that means. Do you mean you want to see things here?
Wait, who says that? Show built-in actions? That's a Godot, right?
Show built-in actions. Oh, that's what I was missing. I was like,
that's
why?
The default controls, which they recommend you don't use.
Yeah, I was like, why is there things I'm expecting to see here that aren't? Yeah, I don't want to show built-in actions, but thank you for showing me that. Yeah, I think I just want to call these up, down, left, right. Code, what are your thoughts on whether or not we care about controller support? I guess that should be like, if we're on the last day and we're bored, we can look into it.
Sure. There's no reason not to just add controller support right now as you're doing this, because you say, you know, keyboard W, but also left stick up. You can just add it. Takes very little time. So joypad axes.
Joypad axes, thank you.
And then it even says like left stick up, because controllers have gotten so generalized that the engine, I mean, I'm sure there's some custom controller out there somewhere that doesn't comply to the exact indexes they're using here, but for all intents and purposes, joypad axis is going to be what it says in the tin.
When it says on the tin, I like that. Does controller support work on HTML5?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
In fact, one of my favorite HTML5 applications is a joypad tester. It's a really awesome website. It's how I diagnose whether my controller's working and whether the dead zone's good. I just go to the HTML5 gamepad tester, and it just gives me like a readout of every single facet of my controller. It's really cool.
That is super dope.
Let me see if I can find the setting to make the window launch at a certain resolution, because we do want the viewport to be the right size, but
yeah, that's going to be pretty important. Oh, here's an important question. If I'm doing velocity, how can I lerp? Or smooth lerp?
So you would want to there's something better than lerp. I think it's move to?
Move toward. They do use that in this default character controller that I used. I know you're gonna hate me for saying that, but
how dare you?
They use move toward to smooth the stopping, but I want to try smoothing the starting as well, and see if I can get that to a point where doesn't feel jerky, but then also doesn't feel like ice skating.
I'm looking for... distance to direction 2. Yeah, I guess you could just use the lerp. I just thought there was... oh, move towards. There it is. So you would do... let me pull up your stream real quick so I can see what's going on. You would do... instead of directly affecting the velocity right like that... oh my goodness. I would just affect direction and then affect velocity right at the end. So you're just like telling the game, you're first processing this is the direction the player wants to move in, and then you are calculating that later. Did you just set the thing to itself? Oh, speed, I see. Yeah, nice.
Wait, okay, I'm so confused. We edit
That's perfect.
X direction first, and then... So what difference does this make?
So, direction, when you first get the vector back, is going to be a... oh, you don't need to use get access like that. You can get a 2D vector by using... I think get access can take 4 arguments?
It didn't look like it.
Input... no. You can definitely construct a 2D vector.
Get vector, Shiloh says. Yes, get vector is what we're looking for. Thank you.
Yes. And then I don't know what direction it is, but it's either up, down, left, right, or something similar.
Yeah, I'll figure that out.
And that will give us a normalized input vector. And then we'll multiply that by their movement speed to get a vector that is the direction they would like to move. And then we will set the velocity to the velocity, but slightly shifted towards that. So like velocity dot move towards direction. I am now watching the stream.
Yo.
So you don't need to do basically any of that. You would just say direction equals direction times speed.
Yeah, we do still want to do if direction. And then, yeah, direction equals... we can just do direction times equals speed, probably.
Yes. You can
and
do
then
scalar.
Direction and then velocity instead of velocity.x.
Rather than do that, you would not affect velocity directly because velocity is part of the... you didn't create velocity, right? That's just part of the body that you're working with?
Yeah, that's part of the character controller, or the character body 2D.
So rather than set the velocity there, you would do velocity equals velocity dot move toward direction. And that's going to lerp by a very specific amount that we can choose.
It needs a from and to, right?
Right. Well, no, not if you do velocity dot move toward.
Oh, okay.
Start at a vector.
Gotcha.
There's built-in move toward, and there's like within the vector move toward.
Yeah, so
You
then
still
we
need
just
a delta.
need the delta. 0.1.
That's gonna be real slow. Speed 300. Oh boy.
It's like asteroid.
Yeah, if the speed is 300 and your direction lerp is 0.1, it's going to take you a long time to get there.
Wait,
I would
but
honestly
wouldn't...
start to, like,
is the delta not from 0 to 1?
or 5. No, it is not. The
Oh.
delta is in. I don't think so. Anyways, hold on.
Okay, now we're ice skating, but it feels a little better. Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, it's by a fixed delta amount, which is just the maximum correction you can have.
Absolute pixels. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so if I make this 300, it'll just be jerky, right?
It'll snap, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So you can make it like 100 or 50 to give it 3
Yeah,
frames.
I want to start with 50. It never stops moving.
Hello, Stixie.
Yo man, awesome
man,
to see
awesome.
another game dev getting started on this. I can barely think of any mechanics for the theme. Do you have any ideas yet? Do you want to tell our story?
Absolutely. So, I agree. Mechanics for the theme is pretty rough because folklore is sort of a aesthetic genre to me rather than a game core. But what we're going with is a storytelling game where you have characters. You have the player playing as a character in the story that's being told by some characters who are telling the narrative. So as you're playing the game, their dialogue is going to sort of come up over the screen talking about what you're doing, because what you're doing is them telling a story, like around a campfire. And in that way, it's sort of a folklore situation. And they'll also have disagreements about what happened in the story, because they're sort of remembering an old legend or an old local tale. And, they'll be like, I remember it happening this way, I remember it happening this way. And that'll determine what happens in the game, because the story is being misremembered in real time. That's sort of the general idea. I wish you the best, Stixie.
Yeah, I hope that goes well. Are you working alone or a team? Also, hi Lynn, hello. Oh yeah, this is Code making some pixel art, or the snake that you see here. This is the pixel art he's working on in the corner.
That is me. Whoa. Going too far down.
I definitely think with this theme, story-driven mechanic are the way to go. Also, I spent a while contemplating it, decided to go solo for this one. Nice, good luck. That seems challenging. So I wish you the best of luck. Okay, I like smoothing at 50. Yeah, did we hear if Shiloh's participating in this game jam? I don't remember.
That should not be happening. I think I'll just delete this frame.
You're good, Lynn. Professional software developer, did my first game jam a few months ago. I went in with 2 others and regret it. Solo does have perks if you were all on the same page. Not too into game jams, just like helping the community. Nice. Yeah, I understood what you meant. Okay, so I was looking up scaling the window, and this guy on Reddit says that the most common resolution for pixel art is 640 by 360 because it can just be 2x scaled to 720 and 3x scaled to 1080. That doesn't mean we have to change to that, but I just wanted you to know that information.
Gotcha. Thank you. Since we're at 16 by 9, it really shouldn't be an issue for us.
Yeah. That's your preferred scale too, Shiloh? Nice. Project setup for pixel art.
Nearest filtering is important, and there's also like a pixel snapping thing.
Oh yeah.
Wesley says, I'm loving that sprite. Thank you, Wesley.
Yeah, it looks so good.
Thank you.
Big fan.
All well and good until I have to make it go in 3 other directions. Nightmare.
And you have to draw a side profile and a back profile.
Those are the other directions.
And even worse, the other side.
This is the worst.
Is that as easy as just mirror it, or do you have to...
It depends on the character. If the character has any asymmetric features, it's not enough to just mirror it. In my case, it actually should be enough to just mirror it because the character's fairly symmetrical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was really stressed about being on the same page, so I made this template document that I was like, we're gonna fill this out as we're planning out our game. Which we just filled out the summary and like kind of what we're thinking about for the story so far. But yeah, I was like, I want to make sure we're on the same page here.
I have confidence in our teamwork.
Entered a game jam a week and a bit ago, but completely failed it because I planned like 7 different mechanics for it. Yeah, that's a...
scope creep.
Yeah. I am a little worried about our plan for this project because I think it also might get pretty big pretty quick, but we'll see. We'll play it by ear. But I think that is a really common issue for game jams. This is my first ever game jam, by the way. Wait, why do they have that?
Those who have what?
On this blog post I'm reading, if you go to the project settings general window, not only does he have just size, width, and height, he also has test width and test height that will scale the window.
Those are the settings I was looking for as well. My guess is that they are part of Godot 3 and are no longer a thing.
Yeah, maybe they either moved or they're somewhere else now. If you go to advanced settings, there's a window width and window height override. Completely removed in 4, so is there not a way to scale it so that you can have true pixels?
Well, no, you do viewport scaling. Oh gosh. you go to stretch mode and you go to viewport, and then you say keep aspect.
Wait, where are you looking?
Under display window.
Stretch mode?
Yeah, stretch is a category, and then
Stretch.
mode.
Viewport.
So you set the mode to viewport and the aspect to keep.
Oh, and then I
the
can scale it like 2.
Well, I don't know if that works. I would be interested in knowing if that works. I don't think that is how that works.
It doesn't seem like it made a difference.
No. But if you resize the window now, it should keep our aspect ratio and our canvas size, even if you make a weird window size by stretching.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, there we go.
Shiloh, would that have to be done in script, like in a startup script?
No, in the advanced settings, those that override, I think. Right, Shiloh, you were talking about these overrides?
Cool. Oh yeah, there you go. So set that to like double whatever we have now, or whatever you want. So set 12. Yeah, exactly.
1280-720 is kind of just my default.
And that should just work. It should scale. To viewport.
Did I do that wrong?
That's squashed.
Something's not right. I did 1280 by 720.
And what did you do in the window settings?
In the window setting?
Scroll down to like the aspect bit. Sorry, I can't see it because of this.
Stretch mode, viewport, aspect keep.
That's
scale
strange.
mode fractional.
That's fine.
And
That just
then
means like is the window gonna snap to certain sizes?
480 by 270 overridden to 1280-720.
Let me see how those settings work. Let me turn on advanced.
Okay, it worked this time. Maybe
No, okay.
maybe it just didn't like the first time. I don't know.
Oh, you know what? I was having that issue before. It probably didn't save the setting, and it needed to when you hit play, it just needed to catch up with itself.
That would make
was
sense.
having those issues when I made tempering.
That makes sense why the width was right, but the height was wrong because I typed the height last.
So your sprite there appears to be the blurriest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's because you don't have nearest on or because of the sprite itself.
That's
If you
because
go-
I created it that way. I just wanted something to fill this space.
But did you also make sure that we're on nearest as far as filtering goes?
In the project settings?
No. So in the scene tree, click on the very topmost node, and then under texture filter, set it to nearest.
Yeah, it's on inherit.
The default is linear. We want nearest to get pixel looking stuff. You can also change it in the project settings. I think it inherits from the project.
Yeah, I would like to do that project based, because then if we have like a menu that doesn't use this node or something. It's even starting to make sure that input submitted when you close the settings. Yeah. Thinking some type of Lovecraft Eldritch folklore concept could be cool. That sounds pretty cool. It'd be nice if Godot had an option for canvas filtering and node filtering separately.
It does, doesn't it?
I have no idea.
Oh, I messed something up just now. Because can't you can make individual nodes do their own filtering, can you not?
We want texture filter to be nearest, right? Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now that should be global for the whole project. And yeah, the texture looks a little bit sharper now. Oh yeah, for context, this is what it looks like. One setting for gameplay, other setting for UI. Oh, I see what you're saying. For UI elements like buttons, you might want those to be different. Right. I could see that in a certain situation.
So one way you can do that, you can accomplish that, is by setting it to linear by default, and then under your main scene, your main scene would be a control scene with your UI, and then you have a sub viewport under that you've set to nearest. Which is probably what we'll do eventually anyways, even if I probably don't want to have smooth UI, just because, why am I getting so many phone calls? Just because having a sub viewport means that we can start the window at any size, but still have the canvas at the size we want. Give me an arrow. Use a dash and then
I know, I'm working on it. I was thinking about how somebody said earlier they didn't notice the snake, so I was like, what if we just put an arrow pointing at you?
Yes. No more not noticing the snake. That is me. Hello. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that walking animation.
That looks great, I love it.
Thank you. How's the other one work? Down. Oh, there's a frame missing between these two.
Oh, that's why it was jerking a little bit.
Let's try to... There. That's too many frames.
I can't miss the big cute snake now. Yeah, exactly.
There we go. Now we're walking with gas.
Yo, I'm with you, Stixie. I am really blessed to have code here.
It's just practice, and I don't know. I don't know if I could find it again, but I started doing pixel art back in 2012, and the thing that like changed my life in terms of pixel art is the silliest thing in the world. I was on Planet Minecraft looking for Minecraft mods, as one does, and I found a tutorial on making circular things in Minecraft. It was just like, you could place blocks like this, and that's how you create circles. And it blew my mind. As soon as I learned how curves work in like pixel art and in Minecraft, I became a pixel artist. It was just that easy. My advice is doodle. Just like, don't care about perfection as much as you can, and just refine it. Like if I just draw this shape and then I give it like some eyes, and it looks pretty basic. But then I can refine it. I can just add features to it. Just try to not care about perfection as you go. Despite pixel art being about perfection, drawing is not about perfection. It's easy to get caught in the loop of trying to make everything perfectly math out and losing touch with your sort of artistic intuition of just drawing lines and not worrying about it.
Yeah, that is an interesting... What's the word? Like two competing ideas of like pixel art is very technical, but also don't be technical about it. Just draw stuff.
So, Stixie, one thing I learned recently, and it's the most important thing I've ever learned that I should have just known from the start because it's kind of an obvious fact, but it's something you don't really internalize, and it isn't really like a default thing that you think about or that you register. But The more you do something, the better you're going to get at it. And that's an obvious thing to say, because obviously when you do things more, you get better as the concept of practice. But that's not really how it feels when you fail at something. Or even when you succeed at something, you might accidentally think, oh man, I'm never going to do that well again. Especially if you see yourself fail after doing something cool, and you're like, well, I guess that was a one-off and I'm trash. Sometimes your brain will sabotage you and forget the very core concept that if you do something again, you'll get better at it. Sorry. And it takes time, and it takes effort, and it takes failure, and the feeling of failing is something that you're not good at is just about the worst feeling in the whole world. But the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. It is just the foundational principle of doing things, especially if you're working at it. If you're trying to get better and you're noticing what you're doing wrong, you're just gonna get better, because you're gonna start noticing what you're doing wrong, and you're just gonna get closer and closer to what you want. I say just go for it, and don't be afraid to fail, which is what everyone says, but it's true. It's hard to internalize, but it's very true. Shading is the hardest part? Yeah, shading is brutal. Done music for 10 years now and I'm still pretty bad. I mean, I've done pixel art for 12 years and I think I'm decent at pixel art. That's like as high as I'm gonna go. And I think I've only been decent at pixel art for a couple years. Yeah, don't worry if it looks like Cheese Simulator, because you're doing something, you're making something, it's all yours. And if it doesn't look good, you can make it look better next time.
You could own it, just make Cheese Simulator.
Not only can you make it better next time, you will make it better next time, because you'll learn from this time.
That is kind of a fear that I have, though, whenever I'm in those situations where I'm like, I feel like this wasn't good enough, and I'm hoping I'll do better next time, but then I'm like, what if I don't? What if I do it again next time and it's worse?
It's very easy to fall into that trap and to sabotage yourself and think, oh man, like that was a one-off. Even for small things, it used to affect me. Let's say I drew a line in pixel art. I drew a curved line, and I was like, man, that line looks so good. And then I found out it was on the wrong layer, or I accidentally erased it, or the program crashed, and I lost my line that I thought was like the perfect curve. And in my head, instinctively, I'm like, I'm never gonna get that curve again. That was like the best curve I could have gotten, and now it's over. I will never have that line again, and my life is over. And I would just stress and to be like, man, sucks. I lost my cool perfect line that I whipped out immediately, and I lost my one chance at being great. It's just like, that's not how doing things works. If I draw another line, I'll do better than the first line. I might not do it immediately, because there is some weird facet about like beginner's luck and trying things for the first time and the success through confidence. But like, I could just draw another line. I could just restart. It's okay to restart, because you'll get better the more you do something, which is absolutely against what your brain might tell you, but your brain is wrong. It's sabotaging you. Don't listen. Start over. It's okay. Are we still determining the color of my text?
I'm trying to figure out how to make it stand out well.
Well, thank you, Stixie.
There we go. I think that's the best it's gonna get now.
Yeah, let's go.
Because when it was white, it blended into the background and didn't draw attention, and when it was black, it also blended into the background. So I'm like, okay, let's do black-white outline.
I want maximum attention.
Anyways, Lynn, you know that I'm a fan of your music. If you edit the const while the game is running, it will hot reload and change. What? You're telling me that if this const is 50 and then I change it to like 20, suddenly we'll be ice skating? No.
You gotta hit a thing. Did you save
Oh,
it?
do
Did
I
you
have to hit
control it?
save? You're right. Now we're ice skating. That
Snixie redeemed hydrate. Oh my
changes
goodness.
my life.
My water is actually out, so I'm gonna go get my water. Period.
Mine too. I was looking for a moment to leave, but you go. I'll go next. Appreciate you for being a fan. I think it's just after losing so many music producing friends, either to them giving up on the hobby or moving on to other music, self-criticism plagues my music and it's tough. I understand. Self-criticism plagues everything that I do. Keep up the drive. Like, I started this whole streaming thing a month and a half ago, I think, with the idea of like, I'm gonna be a Godot like influencer mentor and I'm going to teach people how to make games in Godot. And then very quickly reality hit me in the face and I was like, I don't know anything. I know nothing about Godot. Why would anybody watch me? I don't really know what to do with this now. I kind of want to either like start creating enemies or like start putting together some sort of environment, but to do environment stuff I need art.
I have returned.
Welcome back, Code.
Thank you.
People consider reality a negativity, but I think it's good to have an understanding, just need hard work. Yeah, it's kind of like shifting my focus from like, I'm not trying to convince people that I'm like a Godot god who can teach people, but more like I'm learning. Watch my stream and we can learn things together. And I am hoping to be somebody that somebody can come to and be like, I have been working on this game and I'm really struggling with this issue. Can you help me? And then I'll like, even though I don't know how to do that thing, I'll like put together a test project and try to see if I can solve it for them. But yeah, the idea is like, I'm not a Godot god. I'm not trying to convince people that I am. I came because I like to support new people.
Communities should contain the entire range from knows everything to knows very little, because then people who know very little could stumble on something that people didn't know because they have a fresh perspective, and people who are wizened are always at the ready to help with new users, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's what community is all about. Learning communities are very powerful.
Code, can I increase the jump level of your snake?
Absolutely. Rank it.
I'm like,
If the people demand jump, I get it.
I'm like really overthinking this whole like, how do we draw more attention to the snake business?
Jumping.
Yeah, it's increased slightly, not too much. I think.
Hello, it's me, a snake. More power.
More power.
Don't change the velocity, change the like Y value a little bit.
I am changing the Y value.
Ishimar! We're jumping! Yeah, I think that's fine. I wouldn't change it much more than that. I don't want to dominate the stream by being the most moving thing in it.
Any higher than that I think is too much, but I think we're good now. Okay, I'm gonna let you run the stream for a little bit, and I'm gonna go get water. You'll do great, I believe in you.
Hello everyone, it's me, in charge. I am the usurper. Let me check YouTube chat, see if anyone said anything. Okay. Now lower so the scenes will show. Well, we can also move. Have you considered, Shiloh, that we can move me up and make the seams more egregious, because then I'm drawing even more attention. The stream is all about how much attention we can draw to me. That's what the Quellis game dev stream is all about, really. Alright, so y'all are feeling this this walking animation? Is that vibing with everyone? I'm gonna have to make it happen in 4 directions, which is brutal. Thank you, Shiloh. For anyone interested, I am using Sprite right now, and I use Sprite specifically for animations. I use like GIMP for anything that's just pixel art, because I really like my workflow in GIMP. But when it comes to animations, it's really just hard to beat the nice tools that Sprite gives. Grid settings, hit me with that. Nice. Perhaps just one direction and flip. I can do one direction and flip, but I also have to do like back facing. I need to do the one where they're facing away. Which, I mean, obviously I'll be starting from this. Flip this, layer. Is there like a flip? How do I fast rotation?
Back.
No.
I got you, Shiloh. I'll hide the seams. Non-snake man.
Wow, some non-snake in the stream now. Oof.
Yeah. Okay, I think what I want to do is create a window capture for your stream.
I recommend doing a pop-out of Discord so that it's in its own window.
Yeah, that is what I've done.
Nice.
And then move that behind us.
I think Twitch is... Oh, no, there it is. Okay, the ad's here. It was saying it was taking an ad break and then it wasn't loading. And earlier when I tried to play an ad, it wouldn't. So I thought it was just borked. But nope, thank goodness. It still works and I get to see ads.
Why were you happy chat was hidden? Wait, you're
I
probably
just,
in an ad.
No,
you have turbo. More real estate. Yeah, that is a challenge of like... It's so much easier to make YouTube videos out of my stream if the where am I going with this? So much easier to make YouTube videos out of my stream if you probably can't read any of this code now, huh? Oh yeah, for sure. So much easier to make YouTube videos if you can see the chat, because then I can like put things from the chat in the video, because the chat's right there in the video, in the footage. But then yeah, smaller real estate, smaller text, hard for people to read. Which is rough for sure. think I'm just going to... I'm gonna crop out... Yeah, I don't know why my phone is just going off today. I'm gonna crop out all the Ace sprite stuff and just show the pixel art.
What if there was like a window I could do? Could I do like a pop-out preview? Not sure if that's a thing.
I don't know.
Full screen preview? F8? Okay, not that. Okay, yeah, I guess just do it however you're doing it. And I'll try not to move it around too much to disrupt how you have it laid out.
Yeah, it should only matter if you change the size of the, like, preview in Sprite. Because I think I captured the entire preview.
Sometimes I have to, because I might want the layers to be more or less visible at the bottom.
I wonder if I should move this down here next to you. Yeah, which also takes up the least amount of real estate of, like, the debugging console probably isn't something people are going to be looking at.
You never know. Sometimes it helps with if people want to help debug things.
Sometimes, but I think people are a lot more likely to be looking at the inspector and the scene tree and stuff.
Fair enough.
Shiloh, why cry? Did you like it better at the top right? Debugger is important for helping. Yeah. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I was venting a little bit while you were gone about how I don't know what to do next because I feel like any sort of building the environment requires art and we don't have art yet. And then the other option is like maybe making an enemy.
Make a main scene to contain everything else and for us to attach signals to. Make like a level loading system. Because I feel like that is a neglected part of designing a game. And if you don't do it, you're not going to want to do it later because everything's already set up to integrate with everything else except for a level loader.
How do you do level building in 2D? Do you use a grid map? In 3D, I would use a grid map.
Well, you could. It doesn't really matter how we do it. All that matters is that we have like a class for levels and a class for the player, and we load them in separately with some kind of overall manager.
Okay. I'm having a hard time imagining what these classes do. Like, what do we need a level to have?
Probably a spawn point or a list of spawn points where players could potentially spawn. Although we could also determine that by, well, they should have a default spawn location for sure.
What's the gameplay core? I don't think we really have like a core loop idea yet, other than like
walking around.
Yeah, walking around a forest and either doing puzzles or fighting enemies. I have seen some people's Godot projects where they like just don't have the 3D tab because they're working purely in 2D. I think actually I'm realizing I should probably just push what I have so far.
Does make sense.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is
Is your policy usually just commit directly to main?
There is.
Everyone says that whenever you use get CLI on stream, but I'm like, how else do you use get?
you I use the console only.
I have never known any other way to use get, and I know that there are like plugins and stuff for certain text editors to use get, but mostly I find them to be like they're useful for certain small things, but like for daily use, the black magic has started on my end. What black magic are you engaging in, Exalted? I won't complain. I'm a professional and use the GUI. I respect it. Is it the proper GUI, like the Git GUI program that you can install, or do you use like VS Code or something, the like extension? Get Kraken. That's such a good name. Get Kraken. Like, let's get Kraken.
I don't know if I need to do it with this.
Get Kraken desktop. Is it free? It is free. Wait. Multi-user trial. 7-day trial, no
Multi-track
credit card.
drifting.
So it's not free. It's paid but very cheap. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be real.
Oh, yeah.
I use Git in the console for everything, but I know 0 professional developers who do that. I am a bit of an amateur developer, and that is all I do. But given the fact that I have seen no professionals do it, I'm guessing the fact that I am an amateur is related to the fact that I only do that.
Working on voice lines because it tingled my brain too much. Oh yeah, you're doing the Animal Crossing Celeste
Yes.
kind of voice sound thing.
I prefer the console just because I like to know exactly what's going on, and I get a little confused by all the stuff the client does. Well, that's the thing. If you know the Git commands, it's fine, because the GUI is literally just like simplifying of the Git commands to button presses. I want to play music on my end. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't go in through Discord real quick. Oh, you're just window capturing. You wouldn't hear my audio anyways.
Hearing your audio?
Oh no, you would hear my audio if I was streaming audio, so let me make sure I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I think... Well, I don't know. Do I have it? Yeah. I think I have the stream muted, so should be fine. Oh,
We'll do
I
a
can't
quick
minimize
test. Can you hear this?
I hear nothing.
Perfect. Alright, so it was actually somewhat easy to make this version of the sprite. So now we do the sideways one, which is like, what do I even do with my life?
Wait, why is GitHub doing this now? I've never seen that before.
What'd it do?
It's asking me to sign in when I try to push from the command line, but SSH key. Did...
It's... Does your SSH key have permission to push to repos?
Yeah, let me double check. Make sure I added it to my account properly.
I don't think it's anything I have to do. I think that's...
Oh yeah, that's
moderation option.
That's 100% on me, I would think.
Yeah, I've never had this issue working with anyone else.
I cloned with the SSH URL. The SSH... What's the word? Thing.
URL's correct.
Unless maybe I didn't, I just thought I did.
Well, I mean, you git pulled the project in any case, so it should just work.
Yeah, it doesn't think that my SSH key has ever been used. So that's a
Well, you said you
thing.
normally use GitLab, right? Is that why?
Well, I mean, yeah, I would expect it to have never been used until 2 minutes ago. Oh,
Is it the
I
same key?
100% cloned with the 100% cloned with the HTTP, not the SSH, because the way that GitLab shows this is different than the way GitHub does. So I was expecting this to be the SSH link. I just copied it and used it without thinking. I thought I was cloning the repo with SSH, but I was doing it with HTTP the entire time. So now we're here. What do I do about that?
Shiloh says nice snake, and because I don't know when that was sent, I have no idea what you're referring to.
I read that a while ago, and I didn't understand the context either. I mean, nice snake indeed.
Oh, thank you. That's probably when I said that I finished this quickly then. That's probably the correct timing.
You say use token exalted, meaning don't do this, use the token. How do I create a personal access token?
Aren't personal access tokens like... Oh, right. You have to like sign in with GitHub and then authenticate it or something? No, you can use an SSH. I use SSH keys. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah, I can. I think... Is there a way to just change the remote to be the SSH and not have to do any of this?
Just Google like GitHub SSH.
Oh yeah, okay. We can do this. Oh no, that's gonna play stuff. Okay, everything worked out, we're fine.
That's her left hand going back, so we want to do like this bit. that's also gonna push this the cloak back by 1.
Okay, I think that worked. Yes, it did. Things are in the project now. Or in the repo.
Let's go.
We win, Code.
We are the winners.
No, I'm just closing all these tabs. We don't need them anymore.
It looks like for this frame, we're keeping the legs and arms because of the weird way I've been doing this. And then this next frame is the forward.
You wanted to say nice code, but
Might get confusing.
true. Oh, wait, maybe that was the whole joke.
I am actually used to being called Snake because just on other places, that's a name I'm known by. I guess it ain't even that weird.
Okay, remove the 3D editor. And then how do we choose which editor profile we're using? Current profile. How do I change that? Make current. Done. Now we don't have a 3D tab. And now I'll stop accidentally clicking it and being confused.
I didn't know you could do that. Is that in project settings?
You go to the editor tab and then editor features, and you can make a profile that has the 3D editor disabled. Jaffiel?
Yeah. Sorry, I asked you a question and then like got distracted while you were answering it.
That's all right. Oh, what was your answer to my question about creating maps in 2D without using the, what was it, a grid map? Tile map?
You just play tile map is the way to go. We don't really need to do that right now though, I would say. I think our focus should be on loading levels dynamically rather than anything else.
I just don't really have any ideas on how to do that.
So you create a main scene. The main scene is probably a control scene that is just going to manage literally everything. So it's going to like dynamically load in the player, it's going to load in the level, it's going to load in everything.
Oh, and then menus and stuff also would be a child of this main scene.
Yes. It'll load the UI, it'll load the player, it'll load the level. What's nice about loading everything separate like that is you can load, it can be responsible for saving data and loading data, because otherwise where would you put that? Parenting under the player is kind of weird because it's just sort of an object in the scene. Parenting it under the menu makes a little bit of sense, but then it has to do weird communication between the menu and the level and the player. It's best if you just have a sort of manager above everything else, and then that is communicating with everybody to see what needs to be done.
Yeah, that's a problem I ran into in that game I've been building, where when I switch scenes out of the main menu had like all of the multiplayer peer stuff, and then those were gone because that scene is gone.
So create a class, probably. Do you know how to create a class without actually creating a node for the class? That's going to be important moving forward.
I didn't know you could create a node.
Well, because you can save a node with a class name, which is super weird.
But you just mean add class name to the script, right?
Yes, but don't put that script on a node.
Okay, so I failed.
Right. So save the script as it is now. Class name main extends node2d, and also maybe extend control, not node2d. Just as we're put UI stuff under it.
Okay.
And then what you want to do is detach the script from that node.
Detach
Node2d
script.
is better. I will accept either one. In this case, it don't matter. So right-click the node itself in the hierarchy and hit Change Type. And now one of the types you'll be able to pick is main. Because there's a script in the project that has defined what main is, the searcher will just know what main is, and you'll be able to select that.
Oh. And then it'll be a control, right? No.
Yeah, it should be a control. It looks blue.
That
which
crashed
means...
Godot.
Did you not save the script after changing it to control?
I thought I did, but I might not have. Nope, apparently I didn't. Let's try that again. Nope, not attached script. Change type to main. There we go.
I like to do the type instead of adding the script is twofold. One, I can add scripts on top of it that extend the base class. So you have a level class, but you want to do really specific stuff in this particular level. You can attach a special script to this level that extends from the level class that you created. Also, if you want to reuse the same thing multiple times. In this case, literally no point, because main doesn't really need to be a class, because we're not going to be making multiple mains. But just as a exploration of how to do classes, this was a good thing to do. But in general, anything that you're going to reuse multiple times, it's good to create a non-node attached script type that you can just create nodes of that type to work with. Unless they have a really important scene hierarchy, in which case doing it the other way is good. In this case, main, we're probably never going to use it more than once, but it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Well, actually, one thing that's good about having main as a class is that other things will be able to reference its functions, and they'll be sure that the function is there. There won't be any, potential conflicts.
But there isn't a difference between going and changing the type to main versus changing the type to a control and then attaching the script with class name main.
I think if you attach the script... Oh yeah, because it does show that there's a script on it if it's of a specific class. That's right. You right. You right. Right, because it shows that there's a script attached anyways if you make it of a custom class.
Yeah. I didn't know you could create nodes like that, though. Create a node that already has that script.
Don't actually add it, but if you right-click main and hit add node, main is now a type of node in the node menu, full stop, that we can just use wherever. And we'll be doing that for things like levels. We'll create scenes of type level.
Wait, what do you mean, add child node?
Yeah, if you add child node, main is just a type of child node we can add now.
Yeah.
And we'll be doing something similar for levels. So we need to create two more classes. One is the player class, and one is the level class. Player will probably extend kinematic body 2D.
Kinematic, not character?
Sorry, character. Character did not exist in Godot 3, so I'm a little...
Oh yeah, kinematic body got renamed to character body, right?
I think so? Great question. Let's go. What's nice about this is, so where you have player currently parented underneath main, get that out of there. Delete player from that scene. Which is gonna sound silly.
Oh, you want to spawn the player dynamically?
Yes.
Or in the script?
The reason we want to do that is because then we can keep track of the player from the main scene. So once it's gone, go into the main script and create an empty variable of type player.
Do we want to export it? Or do you want to do the path?
You
Elimity, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quell Squad.
Welcome. You do want to do @export var player scene equals the load player scene.
Sorry, say that again?
No, this is different. Var player should not be an on ready. That is not necessary.
How does var player get populated?
So we need a second variable called player scene, and that is an on ready var, and that loads the thing that we're going to instance, which is the scene. So that's on ready.
Oh, because the player is just the node, not the scene.
Yeah. So on ready player whatever equals, I think it's preload.
On ready, not export. Sorry. Yeah, preload.
And then drag
I
it.
think yeah, if I just drag it in, does it already preload for me? No, we gotta preload it.
I think you could like hold control or something to get it to preload. I think there's some weird power user controls that you can do. I don't know them.
Yo, yeah, you hold control and it makes it for you.
Okay, so I do know it. I lied. So then when you go to the ready function, you say, you probably should, yeah, okay, there we go.
It doesn't like the on ready.
No, it doesn't like the on ready and const.
Why can't this find type player? Oh, I just had to save.
Yeah. That needs to be an on ready var because we're about to reference it in ready.
Which one?
The scene, player scene.
Oh yeah, this should be called player scene.
Yeah. You got excited about the control drag and you erased what we made.
It's a const, so it can't be on ready.
It needs to be on ready var.
Okay. I don't know why control does that then. Makes it a const.
Because that's fine if you're not going to use it during ready, which we are.
It doesn't need to be on ready?
It does need to be on ready because we're about to reference it on ready. It just makes it easier because right now we can say player equals player scene dot instantiate, which otherwise we would have to load it during the ready function first to get it to load correctly. Really? So why have I been doing it this other way? What was I reading? Alright, const that guy.
Wait, but var isn't before?
var definitions are, but for something like preload,
Oh.
I don't think they're.
So then... No.
That would be great, Shiloh, because I've been using on ready. I guess I just don't know when the proper context is to use it. And I'd be curious to know the proper stuff, rather than my amateurish ways. I've been going with mad cringe strats, and I need to not go with mad cringe strats.
Oh no, the
Const is
spawn
declared
point.
before var. Var declared before onReady. Both const and var are before init and enter tree. OnReady is directly for ready only. Would you... So why would you use... Is const not... is it immutable? Is that why? Is access nodes and scene...
Wait, I'm so confused. If var happens before onReady anyways, then why do you need an onReady? Why would you ever use an onReady? All that would do is delay when the var is declared.
Oh, that is when I use it, Shiloh. Thank you. That is when I've been using onReady. Yes. We've... Okay, yes. Thank you.
Oh.
That's what it is. So in tempering, we use onReady for exactly like that, for subnodes. And then for loading scenes, we do actually use const. I wasn't the one who brought in the const, which is why I didn't know this, but we do use the const. One of my co-developers started using them. But yes, that is the thing that I was forgoing, is that for child nodes, if you want them to be in variables for you to use, which you do, you want to onReady those guys as their own variables. Thank you, Shiloh. That's what
Today
it was.
we learned.
Absolutely forgot that context entirely.
So you would need onReady in a situation where you have like onReady child equals $ like some child.
Exactly.
That's a situation
The
where you need that.
alternative
And obviously
would
you'd
be
have
to
var here.
The reason you do that is just to save a little time, because the alternative is to, during the ready step, create the variable or create it earlier and then populate it during ready with the child, because that's once it's been initiated. But that's super annoying to do. Far better to onReady it and just do everything in one line for child variable setting. Real MVP Shiloh reminding me of the context.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we want to do is what you've just done. Player equals, yep, perfect.
And then the next thing I want to do, I think I want to start making an empty map and then specify a spawn point in there. Right?
Exactly. Yes. So now you want a level class, which I would recommend creating a script and not creating a scene. Just to get used to creating classes as classes.
So do you make
Is
pretty much
immutable.
everything in class?
I thought it was immutable. You just want to make things that you're going to be creating a lot of different variants of their own classes.
Const is immutable and more performative, yeah.
So level
But
is definitely a Node 2D extension.
A 2S? 2D.
And then I'm a little delayed, so I don't know if you've already done this, but I would add a var to it that is spawn point, and it's a vector 2. And that is just going to be like the default spawn point if the level is loaded.
Oh, you want to hard code Node to Snake. You want to hard code the spawn point rather than make it a node.
So yes, you could do both. You could do var you could do export var of type node 2D spawn point, which actually that's not a bad way to do it. That's the way we did it in my most recent game, but we did not do it in tempering. Absolutely down for that. One thing we did as well is create it's kind of annoying the way we did it, but you could actually create a spawn point array. That way, warp points from level to level can index where to spawn you in when you load a level. So they could be like, all right, send them to level 0, spawn point 1, which is something you placed in the world. So rather than doing on ready var spawn point the way we've just done it, which by the way, I would, yeah. So instead of doing that, do a variable called spawn, and it's a vector2, and that is just like that is just an emergency spawn point in case there are no specified spawn points.
Should we?
And then
Okay.
spawn points should be an array of type node2d.
Oh.
I forget the exact syntax for creating typed arrays, but I know you can.
I think it's like this. I was wrong.
Oh yeah. Array node2d. Thank you, Shiloh.
Yeah, thank you. Shiloh, you're carrying this team.
And so what's nice about doing spawn points like this is that we can create as many or as few of them as we want, and we will, on level load, which is a function we'll create in main, what we'll do is we will load the level that we've specified and then check like the spawn point list for the first spawn point.
How?
Huh?
What I'm missing is, how do you want to populate the spawn points list? Should we just do like get nodes in group spawn point?
When we create a level, which will be of type level already, we can you want to export spawn points rather than on ready spawn points, because we can, if we export that, we can drag nodes in there to set them as spawn points.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Also, Lynn, I'm very sorry for your migraines. That's really rough.
Yeah, that is mad uncomfy. I'm sorry to hear it. So I think we should take from the game I just made, because I just solved a bunch of
Wait,
you,
which
Shiloh,
which
finally.
code do we want to increase the size of? Hold on.
Finally.
I'll just increase both. Let's just do both.
Thank you. And then control, scroll up, zoom that actual code.
Yeah, I did a little bit.
Okay. So, what I would recommend is back in the main scene, have a spawn point, or have a spawn variable here that is a vector2d. That way, if a level reloads, it remembers where to load the player.
Oh, like we
don't
would store the
keep
last
checking
player
the level.
position in here? Is that what you're thinking?
Not really. So if our spawn is a vector2, why is that upset?
Yeah, is that not how you spell vector 2D? Oh, it's vector 2?
Oh yeah, it's vector2.
Wait, but no, it is vector 3, isn't it? Yeah, never mind.
So what we'll do is we'll create a it's a whole thing. Create a dictionary of levels. So it's going to be an onReady var, or no, it's going to be a const. It's going to be a const levels, and it is a dictionary, and the pairs are level name and then preloaded scene.
Oh, gotcha. Because then we can do anything with that. We can create a UI that shows all the levels.
That we could also load them by name, which is just time saving.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think preload rams up anything. I don't think that'll be an issue. I'm not sure how that works. I don't know if preload like will just dump everything into RAM.
Did you say we want that to be on ready?
No, we should make it a const.
Gotcha. And then what
You
should
went
be...
ate pizza for 15 minutes and didn't give me any? What is this, Wesley? This is unreal. You missed some sprite stuff, and you missed Shiloh helping with some skill issues I was having.
Do you notice anything different about the size of the code, Wesley?
What is the code?
Small.
So let's just... Yeah.
Oh, okay. Code is too small. Here, let me fix that.
First level.
Oh, I dragged the wrong thing. Hold on.
Oh, whoops. Whoa.
Why
Radio
is
that happens.
it not
Whoa.
selecting the thing that I'm clicking on? There we go.
Whoops, somehow this happened. What a crazy thing this is.
First level.
First level.
And then do we want this to be the scene? Because then we have to preload it. Can we preload in? Yeah, we can do that. Okay,
Yeah.
So then we need a scene.
I also recommend, for formatting reasons, you new line all of these dictionary entrance. Hello? These dictionary entries. Goodness. That's too many indents.
On which thing? All of them? Do you just want it like this?
I can't. Well, hold on. It hasn't loaded for me. Yeah, like that. And then you'll preload whatever level scene.
That was intentionally vague, Wesley. We have a running joke that we don't know whether we're talking about code or the code.
Yeah, it's code. Are you moving me slightly to the right? What's happening to me right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to line it up so that the edge of the snake is perfectly aligned with the edge of my webcam.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Okay, so then this gets a preload of some scene that we need to create.
Correct.
And we are creating the scene. We want to change the type to, for some reason level isn't in here. Do I have to make a...
Have you remembered to save all your scripts? Judging by the little asterisks, I'm guessing nope.
Okay, now...
Why? Why wouldn't you just Control S? Why did you switch scenes to save?
Because then it would have tried to save this scene that I wasn't ready to save yet.
Okay, you know what? Hey, you know what? That's fair.
Ooh, true, Shiloh. Is that
I
right?
almost think we should... I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
I think we should shrink me. I'm kind of big.
Fine.
Hit me with like 80% of what I'm at now. And you can still scale me so I align.
Oh, 80%. Sorry,
gosh,
sorry.
And it goes to the window. I'm a big part of the stream. Thank you. I try to make a big impact.
You are. There. How do we like this? Is this better?
I'm all for it.
Can we increase your username? I wish I had that control over this chat thing. I could like pick someone's username and make it really big.
Okay, so we created a level which we should save. I would honestly create a test underscore level rather than creating a first level.
Where main?
Shiloh, what are you trying to encroach on my territory? I gotta cover the whole chat. I'm here to eat the whole stream.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you already are 90% of this chat. So like, do you really need a bigger name? Do you really need more?
Yeah, imagine wanting more and more. Unrealistic, unreasonable.
Yeah. Imagine constantly getting bigger throughout the stream.
Happy to help, Shiloh. Okay, so you create a level. So now we'll preload this back in the main scene.
We win.
And then we want to create a load level function. And we're going to pass a string to the load level function as the, like, what level we want to load.
Smart.
Now, what's nice is because we've typed the levels, we can... So, like, load level is level name string. And then we create a var in the function of type level.
Is this the string type with a capital S?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so used to like when I want to cast something to a string, I just call str. So I thought that was just the name of the string type.
I can relate.
Yeah.
And then we'll say level or var level, or no, because level's probably going to be the active level. So var, I don't even know.
Wait,
var
we just need
node.
to, don't we just need to instantiate the level that corresponds to the level in the...
We do, but we're going to create a, oh yeah, you're right. So in the very beginning of the script, oh wait, no. So create a variable at the beginning called level. Just like we have player type variable player, we need a level type variable level. How dare you? How dare you?
A level typed variable level.
Yeah, so at the top you have like a player. Do this for the whole scene. Because we're going to we're going to remember which scene we have loaded. Or which, we're going to remember the node. So the first thing that level should do, or what load level should do, is it should say, hey, if level is not currently null, level.queueFree. Yeet that guy.
Do you have opinions on doing not level equals null or doing level not equals null?
As long as you do your parentheticals in the right place, it doesn't matter, but you should probably just do not equals because it's less things.
Parentheticals?
Yeah. It's not proper syntax, and I've had issues with it in Python, where putting the not at the beginning has just like destroyed the check I was trying to do, unless you're really like specifying things right. Especially because it does not even work in. Yeah,
wait,
exactly. See,
I could have sworn.
And that's why you have to have your parenthetical.
Oh. That is a good point. I could have sworn... Yeah, this is what it is. I read this in the Godot style guide where it says use not instead of exclamation mark. So I was like, okay, we should just never use exclamation mark.
We should use not if we have something in parentheses that we're trying to negate. But in this case,
that's what it means.
We're doing a
Okay.
not equals,
Anyways.
which is just not equals.
We just want to queue free the level, right?
Yes, level.queueFree. It's level.queueFree. Sorry, I'm 7 seconds delayed.
Yeah, you're good. I got it.
Get wrecked, Shiloh. Try to be more Pythonic next time.
Is your love. More Python.
Um,
Do you know what kind of snake
then,
you are, Code?
have seen this image a lot, and I've seen other variations of it that have been color shifted and made to look like different images, but I think they're just the same image. I'm not convinced the snake is real, because I've only ever seen the one picture of it. So now we want to say level equals, well, we gotta do the whole check. If level name, all of this should be under if level name in dictionary, right?
Oh yeah, true.
We shouldn't load unless we know we have to.
We shouldn't just delete the old level before we know that we can make a new one.
Right. So if level name in,
what do we call this? Levels?
Levels. It's probably levels.
Then we move this up here and tab these over. And
did you know that you can hold Alt and use the arrow keys to move lines around?
Oh, that's dope.
It's super helpful.
Level equals levels at level name dot instantiate.
Yep.
And then add child.
There should technically be another check here to make sure it's of the right type. It's only because we can't do typed dictionaries, but we're just going to ignore it and be smart.
We could just do,
so now
and
we need
levels at level name is level.
Whoa.
Boom. Now it's typed.
Yeah, that's correct. So load level, you should also pass in an ID number, or a number, index. Spawn index is something we're passing in. Spawn index is a type int.
Passing into what? The load level function?
Yes. The default value should be 0, but we should be passing in a spawn index, and spawn index should probably come second, not first.
What is the spawn index? What does this mean?
Because each level has a list of spawn points that you could possibly spawn at, when you teleport to one,
which spawn
you should
point?
be able to specify which one you're going to go at. By default, it'll do the 0th one.
Yeah, because then we also need to deal with the player, which I think mostly we just need to move the player. I guess we should probably check and make sure the player still exists and then move the player, right?
Correct. Yes. We will probably actually just run a load player function that does the same deleting and reloading of the player.
Why do we want to delete the player every time?
Just to reload any effects or anything. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, if we want to reset all its status effects or whatever.
Right. So, real quick before you do this, we should finish the... Oh my gosh, hold on. We should finish the important parts of loading the level, which is if the spawn points array in level is at, we have to first check if we're out of bounds on our integer, basically. If the level spawn points dot length is, it's either dot length or dot size, I never know.
Dot size, it looks like.
If it's
greater than
or equal to the index.
I always just do dot size -1 is greater than the index.
Yeah, you can do it the other way. You can do if that -1 is, or is it that way, or is it the other way? Is it spawn index -1? Size spawn. I think it's greater than or equal to spawn index after the -1, right?
Yeah, I think if we're not doing -1, it should just be greater than. Yeah, because the size needs to just be one bigger than the maximum index.
Right, you're right.
So this should be fine.
Just a little bit of a off by one debate. Nothing to see here, folks. So that means we're good. Then set the spawn variable, which we have, to the position of the node in that list at that index.
What drama? There's no drama here, Shiloh.
No, there's no drama. There's no drama. It's not even a problem. I don't care. I'm not upset.
Yeah, what drama? Tell us now.
Drama? What drama are you talking about? There's no drama.
Level.spawn points. My eye is itchy.
No, don't scratch it. Pro tip.
Why are you still angry? Oh, yeah, we want to do dot position. Global position?
Just position. Actually, global position. Sure. No, position.
I'm not gonna slap it, Shiloh. The position gives us the position relative to the level. Global position gives us the global position.
It won't matter.
Which is not
we're
relative
putting the
to me.
level at 0, 0, and we're not going to scale it funny.
Yeah, I guess everything is supposed to be at 0, 0 and not scaled.
In this case, it will literally not matter. Position gives us the position. Thank you, Shiloh.
You can't just cut out the important part of that sentence and then pretend that that's what I said.
Global position gives us global. That's good info I'm getting from Shiloh. Now you'll run the load player function after this, and that will use the current spawn to position it. But first you need to do an else. If the level is this, set spawn to this, else set spawn to the level dot spawn, which is the default spawn point, which is default 0, 0.
No, it should just be the... Wait, does the level have a default spawn?
It does. We made that.
Yeah, we did do that. Should we just make this like... Should we hardcode this, or do we expect to hardcode that per level?
We don't really need it. We can just set it to 0, 0, technically. We just do spawn equals vector 2 and 0, 0. We're taking a quick ad break. I'm in the stream. Leave me alone. What type of snake is this? Is it dangerous? You tell me.
Oh, did you miss our whole conversation about that earlier? So either it's defensive or aggressive. You could say that about any characteristic. It's spiky, so either it's defensive or aggressive. But
is there anything that's aggressively spiky? I can't think of things that are aggressively spiky. I can actually only think of like defensively spiky things.
Damn, why did you just have to destroy my argument like that?
I'm sorry. I'm curious. I'm interested.
I think you're right. No, that yeah, I can't think of an argument to back up to back that up. But anyways, our understanding is that we think that this snake doesn't exist.
It's possible the snake doesn't exist. It's possible it exists, but I've only ever seen this one photo of it, and I've seen other photos that are like, look at all these photos of it, but they're just hue shifted and the same photo, so I have no idea.
Wait, have you thought of any lore for this snake?
Of course. Yes. Lots of lore. Tons, in fact, I would say.
Code did just...
Ooh, anyway.
No, maybe I shouldn't dox you about that. Never mind.
Yeah, no doxing.
It wasn't. It's not a literal dox. It's more like a call out. But I was like, maybe.
No callouts.
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't. How do I Google it? Cute spiky snake with eyes that stare into your soul.
Yeah, you could do that. You could also just type in snake. I think we'll make it show up.
Wait. Cute spiky snake. Third image.
There it is. It was that easy.
I can't believe that worked.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, nobody in the comments on this post knows what kind of snake it was.
I'm always very suspicious about this picture. You'll notice it's the same exact picture.
Yeah.
But it looks really realistic. I'd be surprised if it was like a fantasy rendering or something. But if it is, I would love to know the original artist, and I'd love to credit them and get them more attention. I mean, to be fair, I would also like to give the photographer more attention because it's such a famous photo, and the photo is seen without the artist being seen, and that's cringe.
Big cringe. Unless maybe the artist made it CC0, but that's unlikely.
I mean, I wouldn't make this CC0.
Yeah, but you're talking to the person who makes everything CC0, so...
You would want this thing to have attribution. This image of this snake, are you kidding me?
Why are you sending me a drive link?
Very sus, I'll open it.
This is very suspicious.
Oh, it's a picture. You can click it. Actually, there it is. The second image is the blue one. It is there. It's the blue one. Like I said, there are people who pretend they have other photos of it, but it's not. It's just a hue shift of the same photo. That's what I'm telling you. It's gaslighting. People are sneaky.
So it kind of seems like any Google search with cute spiky snake will just give you some variation of that.
Quellis, look up the word snake and you'll find it.
I don't know.
I think I went with cool snake, but I'm pretty sure like you could find it just with snake. Actually, maybe it has to be cool. Maybe I'm just too awesome to be.
Yeah, maybe it's gotta be cool.
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go look.
There it is.
Darn right. And there's another one, but it's just the same image again.
I mean, at this rate, it won't take you very long. I mean,
right,
at this rate, that's an easy challenge.
Racing.
Yeah, true. Okay. So I replaced our instantiating the player with this one player function, which I now want to
load level function, because the level loads the player.
True.
A bush viper. Okay, I will do some research. I do see pictures of bush vipers. None of them. Yeah, no. It looks like there are other pictures that look similar. Maybe the one in my image is just a baby. Oh, there are more images of it. It's real. But then there's a lot of images that are just the same image again.
We lost very quickly in that race.
Yeah, that was not my job. That was not me. That was Wesley. That was Wesley. What? Quellis, go back to the Godot.
But I wanted to see the bush viper.
Then you just look at the stream. I'm right here.
You're not streaming the bush viper. Oh wait, I see
the bush viper.
Stupid.
Quellis.
I wanted to see other other ones. Other
So
bushmen.
when you load level there, you shouldn't need to pass in a 0 because 0 should be the default value for the function.
Wait, how do you make a default and a type? Is it like this?
See if it errors. Looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like we're happy, so then we can just not give it a spawn point.
So you're doing the if player is not equal to null bit down there in the level load. You shouldn't. You should just run spawn player, and spawn player should do that check.
Based.
You might want to
What?
de-indent spawn player.
Oh, yeah, good point. Thank you. D wasn't. I was like, what about the letter D?
De-indent.
Should we make levels start as null, or is it just assumed that not being set defaults to null?
Not being said defaults to null. Because, I mean, there shouldn't be anything there by default. Same with player. Well, you don't need to put is null, because it just defaults to null. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if I do nothing, will it be null? Or is it like a situation
nothing-
like,
nothing
I
is
think
null.
TypeScript has like a few different things of like, sometimes it's undefined, sometimes it's null, sometimes it's, I think there was one other thing, but I can't remember.
Nothing is null in this case, it'll be fine.
Nothing,
So if
no
player
level is
equals
null. This is null.
Natural. And then we want to set the player's position to be the spawn as well.
Oh yeah, so spawn player should take in the spawn vector too.
No, it already has it. It's a global variable.
Dang, you right.
That's the nice part about storing it the way we have. We can also make a respawn function, and
player
that
dot
respawn can
position
also use the spawn
equals-
point, which we already have set.
Spawn a vector 2, what is spawn? Spawn's a
It
vector
is
2.
vector 2.
Good vibes.
Spawn player.
Okay, I think that's it. Here we
Yeah,
need
that's
a
a
spawn
nice
point.
little function. It's the 2D edition of what we did in our last game jam.
So what was
No
your plan
bias,
for how
but I
to
think it's
fill
pretty good.
the spawn points array? Because what I wanted to do is like when there's a spawn point, I just make a node 2D and then go in here and literally put it wherever I want the player to spawn.
Yeah, so here in the level, create a new 2D. Create one of those guys.
But then how do
And
we
then-
convert that into a vector 2 into the array?
So just check it out, because we didn't make an array of vector 2s. We made an exported array of node 2Ds.
Ah,
if you
shit,
click
you're right.
if you click on our level, we already have an exported list that you can add a new entry to and drag and drop that guy.
This is unfortunate.
Good menu. Yeah, see? And we can just do that for any number of spawn points.
You could also do this. Do a
The export is
spawns
actually
node.
more... We could do a spawn node, but then we would have to create that spawn node and tell the script that this node is the spawn node, which would either have to be done with like the specific naming of the spawn node, or some such. I think I'm personally a fan of exporting a list instead. It's neater, requires less child nodes and specific parenting setups. Inherited scripts for all levels too. It's true. I'm a big fan of keeping things out of the hierarchy as much as possible.
Wait, you can inherit scenes? What do you mean an inherited scene? Anyone? Code, are you alive?
Oh, I'm alive. I'm letting Shiloh take it.
Oh, okay. You can. How does that work?
I can't
You're
believe
good.
you're not present as a narrator of the stream, Shiloh. Come on. Try to inheritance. I actually don't know what that means.
If you right-click the level scene, create new inheritance.
It'd
No.
be in the hierarchy.
In the yeah, in the scene.
Yeah, it's not there. Right-click the scene itself in the system. Oh, yeah. In the file system down the bottom left. In the same way that you create scenes for like models, where models can have scenes with properties and materials and whatnot.
Oh, I'm looking at a script, not a scene. That's my problem. Hold on. Test level. That's where we want to be. Create new. No, not there.
This is basically the exact thing I wanted to avoid. It's at the top.
New inherited scene. Got it.
Not this.
I just think it's really messy to have things in the hierarchy that are not stuff you added to the hierarchy, but are like brothers. It's like a child node that's a sibling of a node you created, but it's actually part of the root scenes class. I just think it gets a little like funky.
That's something I rely on so much in my game that I've been making. Is I have so many situations where it's like, this node has to exist in this scene, and if it doesn't, everything will just break.
There certainly are times where that's required. When it gets to the point where I need specific hierarchies, I actually just try not to. I haven't run into it in a while. It does require manual linking, but the effort is super low. It is just hit add and then drag and drop. What another perk to mine is that they don't all have to be in the same place in the hierarchy. Let's say we have a complicated level that we've broken up into areas, which we've organized by scene tree, where we're like, here's an upper area, here's a lower area, here's all the stuff. And then at that point, we might want to have an upper area with a spawn point, but we wouldn't be able to do that without grabbing the spawn point that we want and putting it in the place of the upper area, but putting it in the hierarchy of the spawn point list. We could instead just have it where it is in the hierarchy, where we could find it, like, intuitively. That's also a thing. You know what you could do, actually? Shiloh, I had my mind blown last time I made a game because someone suggested this. You can use the group system and have the spawns add themselves to the spawn group, which happens in scene hierarchy order. Group is good for things that are named rather than indexed, though. We used groups for collectibles in Doorstuck, my last Game Jam game. Collectibles all indexed themselves as they spawned in per level, and then the way the save data kept track of what you'd collected was just by recording this level and this self-identified collectible. Like, once the level loaded, it ran through everything that went into the group collectible, and it indexed them all so that they all knew which one they were. And because that always happens in scene tree order, we had a just consistent list of collectibles that all generated the exact same way every time, but we didn't have to do any work. Posture check. Thank you, Wesley. Alright, you add comments, I'm gonna BRB.
Was it just me or did he say posture? feel like that's a joke, Shiloh, and I shouldn't actually answer that. What's the next part of the joke? What's up, Len? What can I do for you? And don't say make code bigger. Make code shake more? No. Give me a genre to make so I can be bored. Well, I feel like my default answer is always Melbourne Bounds. Unless we want to make something for... Wait, do you want to try to put something together that I can use for my game projects? Because otherwise, let me give you two options. You can run with whatever you want. Melbourne Bounds or something Overcooked inspired. Reptiles are animals. They are. I'm just being picky. I could do some Melbourne. Why did you randomly throw in the word MMORPG? I don't understand the context.
I've returned.
Nice.
How we doing on the thing?
Oh, this check to see if the level is of type level doesn't work because the level is a pack scene, not a level.
Music inspiration, could you go folksy, crackling campfire, soft guitar? Moon Hunters I think has a soundtrack that's got vibes that are similar.
Oh, we have replies. There we go. I understand now.
What do you understand? I don't understand.
From my perspective, Shiloh just randomly said MMORPG with no context. Secretly, that was a reply to Lynn's message.
Yes. Lynn was asking you a question, in fact.
Thank you, Wesley. Yeah, I did respond to Lynn.
Shiloh actually having context eaten every time they say something.
Oh, for the game jam. Do we have an idea of what kind of music we would want for this game?
We do. I just talked about it a little bit ago.
Oh, I was distracted.
I want to say campfire, soft guitar, Moon Hunters vibes. Moon Hunters hub world vibes.
What is Moon Hunters hub world?
I haven't heard it in a long time, but my brain is telling me that it has the right vibes. Let me look it up real quick and play it for myself.
I searched Moon Hunters hub world and didn't find anything relevant to Moon Hunters hub world.
Outsiders at the Inn from the Moon Hunters soundtrack. Less vocals.
Outsiders
We don't need
at
vocals.
the Inn. It's
game
9
jam
days.
That's right.
It's a 9-day
Absolutely
jam.
100% proud of him.
It started today, 4 hours ago.
You don't have to do guitar. I was just giving you mood inspiration. Do whatever you feel. Think Western, but not country.
I agree. I agree with the vibes. Lynn is secretly the third member of this Game Jam team. He's gonna be
Sort of a midstream addition to the team.
Yeah, I guess a better way to put it is that he's a what the fuck is the word that I'm looking for?
Audio engineer.
Unofficial, I guess, member, because we kind of just casually in the middle of the stream we're like, hey Lynn, do you want to do our music and sounds? And he was like, yeah, probably, I'm kind of bored. So we will make that more official here soon, but at the moment
We have an at least half interested audio engineer. That's their left hand, which here should be
Ragnarok Online.
backwards.
Not the vibes that we're looking for, but this is a vibe. I like this. Sounds good, Lynn.
So this is the step forward here. It'd actually be reversed to this. Same with
Code, have you played Dwarf Fortress?
this. Yes, I have. I've played it a long time ago when it was crustier, and now when it's not crusty anymore.
Meaning you have played it in both states?
Yes.
Gotcha. What was this? Moon Hunter's music has similar vibes to Dwarf Fortress music. Mostly just because acoustic guitar, I guess.
Acoustic guitar do work.
It do be working, yeah, indeed. Okay. Why does this not work?
What is happening? Can I help?
The only symptom that I know for sure is that it's not spawning the player, or it's not spawning the player where it should be spawning the player. So I guess let's go see if it's spawning the player. It's not spawning the player. Oh, because this check is wrong. I'm checking if it's not null. We should be checking if it is null. Then we spawn the player. And then now we have a player. Thanks, Shiloh. There. Now everything works. We are gods. Just here to serve. If you don't ask my help, I be a clown. You have been both.
I mean, that's valid.
Very helpful and a clown. That's accurate.
Let me isolate these because it's bugging me.
Isolate?
I'm trying to get the walking frames to look right in like any direction.
Hmm.
Getting a phone call. I return. Alright, so
Welcome
this is
back.
actually pretty good stuff here.
Yeah, that looks great. I love it.
Thank you. That is down, up, right, left. That is a terrible directional scheme. Export this as a sprite sheet. Output file. Wanderer sprite. .png. Into pictures, good. It probably did that in a weird vertical way. I'd rather it didn't. Is there a transpose option? I don't know. Let me check the chat in a bit. Okay.
Yeah, no chat. Nothing new.
Is my pixel art gone on the stream?
Oh, sorry. Thanks for
cried.
pointing that out. Thank you for noticing. I can't minimize the Discord window. Oh, I also can't change its size.
You can if in OBS you set it to be a specific size. Like you can do fixed sizes rather than dynamic sizes and have things scale appropriately. But it's a whole thing.
Good to know.
I wish I had not done this the way I've done this.
Why?
It's because it's obnoxious. Because I need to basically transpose this so that it's vertical and then horizontal is time. But I haven't done that, so now I'll have to do that once for every layer. I don't think there's a good way to transpose the sprite.
Oh, you can't do things that affect all the layers?
I don't think so. Not the way I'm doing it. I'll try. I might be able to. A sprite is quite nice. Alright, sprite size, canvas size. Height is 24. We have 4 sprites, so that's 56, I think. No. 4 sprites? So that's 80, 96. No, I messed that up again. Oh, is it 9? No, wait. How did I mess this up? Canvas size 24 times 4 is 80 plus 16 is 96. Am I nuts? Oh, I was right. I guess I just typed it in wrong. I'm glad that the chat is focused on what's really important.
Yeah,
which
the
is
snake.
The snake.
What else matters?
So can I do something that affects every sprite at once? No. At least not like that. Could I do this? Will that affect every layer? Yes! Nice!
Hell yeah.
Oh, wait. So what should I do? Up, right, down, up, left? What is the input vector take? I'll follow
What?
the order of the input function that creates a vector from the inputs. What order does it take them in?
Oh, you're talking about the key inputs to move the player.
Yeah.
Left, right, up, down.
Left, right, up, down. Okay. I will do the same.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. Genius. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in a moment.
Alright, I will do my best to entertain the chat. Hello, welcome to Code Radio. I'm your host, Code, the snake in the corner of the screen. Today we are trying to figure out why the up key isn't doing anything in Sprite. Has it not been working the whole time and I have not noticed it? I think that is the case. Spike. Probably hurt if bite it because it'll probably try to retaliate. That's true. So how are we feeling about all the directions of the sprite now that I've actually got all 4 directions going? You vibing? Is this the way? Don't let your dreams be dreams, Shiloh. You could meet me, the snake, real. I'm a snake. Yay, export sprite sheet. Oh, let me make sure sprite 0 is standing still. It is, nice. Oh, let me apply an outline actually. Adjustments, no, FX, outline. Black outline. Probably do this with a shader, but I'd rather do it here. I am exporting a sprite sheet. The reason I didn't want to do it, or the reason I wanted to do some other stuff first, is because I wanted to make them vertical, so that we can just, because when you export to sprite sheet, it does horizontal sprites by default. I don't think there's a way to specify a grid or specify like vertical. So I was just organizing vertical so that when I export as a sprite sheet, it is a correct vertical horizontal grid. I can, I was thinking I can't show you what it looks like now that I've done it correctly, but I can show you what it looks like. It looks like this now, which is exactly what I want. This is why I reorganized it, so that I can get it to look like this. Thank you, thank you. And now we have a character. They are real. I need to do... Oh wait, when's the last time Quellis get pushed? Because I need to get pull that guy for sure. Honestly, enough work has been done on Quellis' side that the fact that I'm getting merge conflicts is cringe. I'm just gonna delete mine. You are walking forward in the 4th dimension, Wesley, all the time, depending on how you view the world. A sprite import plugin, maybe. What am I doing right now? Oh yeah, I'm git pulling. Well, don't tell anyone, but I'm actually destroying my repository and Git cloning because enough work has been done that it's basically just not even. I literally haven't done anything, and yet I have merge conflicts.
Wait, did you have a commit you didn't push?
No.
Oh, you just have to do git reset. Don't tell him, don't tell anyone. I'm not anyone. I'm someone. It's like the any key. I am everyone. I'm not.
Which one is the any key?
Which one is the any key?
Okay, I am going to edit the player. When's the last time you committed and pushed that guy?
When I first started the player controller. Do you want this test level now that it's working? This level loader
Yes,
stuff?
please.
Yeah.
And then don't touch the player for a bit, because I'm going to add some stuff to it
Okay.
after you get pushed that guy.
Yeah. Do a get pull.
Let's go!
Get push speed around any %.
Try to use Git without ending up with your head in your hands. In defeat, challenge, impossible.
There's currently no specific anti-venom.
Okay, can't is a strong word. You shouldn't pet it.
I think shouldn't is a very unstrong word.
It's not strong enough.
It's not strong enough. Like, definitely don't.
Yeah, no, don't pet it. Highly recommended that you do not pet it. Okay, so let me go to the player scene. I will switch my stream. See, this is where things get annoying. If you want to continue showing my stream, you're gonna have to change it right now, because I'm gonna change to streaming Godot. Player has a sprite. And you can actually do offset.
Wait, is your aspect ratio different?
Huh?
No, it's because you're not showing your taskbar. There we go. Okay, got it. Never
Right.
mind. You're fine. Everything's fine.
And then we can do an animator, or an animation controller, or animation player.
I'm reduced to the corner now.
And we... Is this even worth doing an animation player? Yeah, it is. Property tracks, sprite 2D. Frame chords? We'll do frame.
Wesley,
Oh,
why?
Oh, you can do frame by chords. That's actually so nice.
Frame by chords?
Yeah, so you can do frame as an index of frame, which is from the top row is 0, 1, 2, 3, and then the second row is 4, 5, 6, 7. But you could also specify with a vector 2 int, I suppose, vector 2y, I imagine, And you could say where on the sprite sheet, like second row, third column bit.
Do you see
and
Shiloh's comment about animated sprite?
You're so right. I'm used to not using that. New sprite frames. I wonder what's more efficient.
Okay, so how do people do levels in 2D? Do we just make a bunch of 16 by 16 textures and then every single thing is an individual sprite?
No, we would use a tile map for that, for sure.
Okay.
We could even do fancy tile maps that have like borders that connect, which would allow us to paint terrain, which I've done. I've made tiles that can be painted before. And the reason we're not doing that now is because it's a graphical hassle to create those tiles. And it'd be easier to come up with like use a temporary pack or just doodle how we want the level to be laid out for now before we get into specific asset packs.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So we would just make one big sprite that represents the entire level that we just doodled together and then put colliders where we need colliders to be.
No, I'm just saying we should come up with a general idea of what we're doing before we actually start painting a level or making tile sheets, or we should
Gotcha.
or just get a filler level or filler assets. Are you looking for what to do next?
Yeah, I want to start, what I want to do is start building a basic level.
You could always use... You could always use... I'm just worried about using any tile set because I'll have to replace it and it'll be a hassle.
Okay, so what do you want to do then? Or what do you want me to do, I guess?
What do you want to do? You want to design a level. What does that entail? What do you want to do? Because you could always make a tile that's just like black for solid and a tile that's just nothing for pass through. And you could design with basic tiles until we get real tiles.
Yeah, that was kind of my idea. I was just going to make a green tile for grass and then maybe something else for a wall.
Perfect. That's perfectly fine.
Or the other option is to start putting enemies together.
Makes sense. Simple prototype level takes minimal effort and helps you fill in the rest of the systems. Yeah. Create a tile set. I think we can just fudge images. Also, you're streaming me, not you now, so you might want to switch it.
Yeah, you were taking over for a minute.
You can keep me in the corner.
And I'm not really doing anything right now, so I will
okay.
move it back when I start doing stuff.
Sounds good. I will continue to be here then.
I'm double streaming you. The monitor that's being captured by OBS is streaming you, and also...
I see that. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'm all about that life.
What was I gonna say? What was I saying? What was I thinking? Oh, the other idea is enemies. Did you respond to that?
I didn't. I'm just imagining creating a sword slash animation and my brain melts. But yeah, you could do enemies. You could do whatever gameplay element you want, really. Honestly, something that I think we should do is interactables. So have like a an interaction collider on the player and have it start detecting when we run into interactables and reporting that to the main scene so we can have interaction functions.
Okay. Do you have a specific way you want to do that? Because I have a way that I would have done that.
How would you do it?
Have an area 2D in front of the player, and then when you press the interact key, it checks what we're colliding with, and interactable things are on their own collision layer.
So, one issue with doing that is you can't highlight interactables if you're near them.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you can't do a check
that
to
is
be
a great
like...
way to do it. Like if you were making an Undertale game where there's no indication of when you're near something that you can interact with, then your suggestion's actually perfect and incredibly efficient.
Mhm.
It would be nice though to highlight interactables when we're close.
True, okay. I like that.
Makes sense, Shiloh. Makes sense.
A resource script for solid colored tiles.
You can. Distance math is there's pros and cons. Pros, no physics. Cons, they are doing their own math all the time, which you really don't want.
Yeah, how could you do distance math without checking every single interactable item and calculating their distance every single frame?
You couldn't.
Because
Unless you
that
did quadrants and stuff like that.
would get very
up.
heavy very quickly.
Well, you could break them up into groups by where they are and not process the ones that are too far away, and then detect when the player has changed areas and switch which groups you're processing and stuff like that to hyper optimize.
That's true. You got me there.
I'm into highlighting in the area. So let's do an area 2D on the player in a circle, because I think interacting without having to face something is kind of nice.
Okay.
And we'll have an interactable object class that will inherit from an area 2D. And it'll have a couple things on it. It'll be a whole thing. Rather than lay it all out, I'm gonna let you tinker with it and tell me when you do something. I'm gonna work on the player.
Gotcha. Do you have... Never mind. I'll let you tinker. BRB need to eat. Sounds good. See you soon, Shiloh.
See ya.
I'm gonna just call it interactable, actually.
Interactable makes sense, and definitely extend area 2D, so that's all taken care of. We can do that all in code.
Do you want interactable objects to also be area 2Ds?
Yeah, that way we can check intersections.
Because I would think that we would want them to have collision, right, with the player? Or do you want them to be like the player can walk through them?
The collision can be separate. We can have children of the area 2D that are solid if we want it to be solid collision.
Okay.
We don't necessarily always want them to be collision, because let's say we have like a lever. You don't necessarily want to have to walk around the lever after flipping it. You can just walk through it. Or something on the floor that you interact with.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You're being demoted back to the corner.
No! Let's see.
How does transparency work?
What do you mean?
I'm making just kind of filler texture for an interactable item, and I'm curious if, like, do you just export it as a PNG with transparency, and then you import it as a sprite, and now it's transparent?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna make this a white circle-ish shape. There, good enough. What was I doing?
A fantastic question. I'm now in programming mode, so I'm not paying as much attention.
Yeah, I keep thinking of things that I want to ask you, and then I'm like, no, I should just let you work.
No, ask away.
I wanted to ask about... Heck, what was it? What was I going to ask you? I don't know. I'll let you know when I think of it. Yo, Kovac, welcome back. Today's day one of the game jam that Code and I are doing.
Dang right.
We're doing pretty good. How are you? What's that, Code?
I was just gonna say this is where I should use an on ready, is when I'm doing anim player equals this. Well, this.
Oh yeah, because you're looking for a node that's in the scene, so you need to make sure it's ready.
Yes.
We're specifically a child node.
Mm-hmm.
I'm alright, just about to start doing some more coding myself. Also make sure to hydrate. Thank you.
Brew, I'll take a sip. So who do we have in the chat? I have not opened the chat.
Kovac.
Hello.
Kovac has been making a text-based... I don't remember how it was described, like an RPG game? Text-based adventure?
We love some text-based adventures.
Roll call. Wesley's also here.
Hi, Wes. Is angle in radians? Yes. Okay, floor to int.
Did you say you borked an end?
I was saying, can I floor to int?
Oh,
What
gotcha.
does floor give? Floor gives... Cool.
Do you think the interactable should highlight itself, or the player should get the interactable and tell it to be highlighted?
I like the player setting a variable on the interactable,
Yeah, because
a highlighted variable.
a big issue would be if we have multiple interactables that are in the area 2D, then they would all highlight themselves. Whereas if the player's running that,
Right.
then the player chooses which one it's interacting with.
And the player can also unhighlight the last one. So yeah, have the player do it. But have a highlight variable on the interactable class that determines the highlight behavior.
Highlight variable on interactable class. Oh, true.
What am I doing? Oh yeah.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Ad break.
Down, walk right, walk up.
Can I play this for the stream, Lynn? Code, listen to the stream.
Hold on. Okay.
What are your thoughts?
Muting the stream before feedback happens.
Mhm.
I think that's fantastic. That's exactly the right aesthetic. That's based.
I think it's gorgeous and I love it. My one concern is that I think it's really sad and dramatic.
I think it's. Yeah, I mean, we could always have multiple themes in different areas. You
Yeah.
could have something more like a little more uppity, like when people are chatting, and then during sort of long walking segments, have something like that where it's more dramatic.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not saying that we can't use it. I'm just saying it wouldn't be like the main game music. It would be like during when something dramatic is happening. We'll send happy hardcore version. But no, that's gorgeous. That's so good. There is a theme song, I think, to a TV show that reminds me of, and I can't put my finger on what it is. Oh, I didn't mean to open that. Close that. Good at lo-fi hip-hop, and then anything outside of that and EDM I struggle heavily. Well, you didn't struggle with that. I'm like,
That's fantastic.
yeah, that's gorgeous.
I'm going to spam the console. Let's go.
That is a lot of console spam. How does...
Oh, it does that. Oh, okay. So I need to do plus pi.
How does this work? I was
How does what
hoping...
work?
So, let me, like, kind of tell you about what led me to where I am right now.
Okay.
I made a sprite, and I made a test interactable object, and I was hoping that I could... Maybe I still can. I was hoping that I could put some color effects on it so that I could make it like darker when you're not interacting and lighter when you are.
If you would like to do that just for testing, a good way to do it would be modulate under visibility. Modulate allows you to basically change what's red.
Oh,
So,
okay, that's perfect.
yeah. In the case of this test thing, that is exactly what you'd want to do.
So then I was trying to understand how animated sprite 2D works, because I thought maybe I needed to animate it and create a sprite sheet. And maybe animated sprite was overkill and I should have just done it with a sprite
is
2D, even
overkill.
if it was a sprite sheet.
So one thing that I would say we should probably do is a we should do a set get for the highlight variable. So go ahead and create like the set function, which is just underscore highlight.
Wait, what do you mean it's just underscore highlight?
I mean, that's fine doing it that way.
Oh wait, I can't give these the same name.
No, so the way set gets work in Godot is after you say var highlight equals false, which, what is that colon doing in there?
It sets the type to whatever type this is. So this is saying this is a boolean.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So the way you do set gets in Godot 4, I think, is with one of those @ flags. So after the variable definition, you will do a colon and then space and then set equals and then the function.
I'm looking it up.
So like after you do the equals false, you do space, colon, space, set equals the function.
And then same thing for a getter.
Although we don't need the getter. Getter's fine. We can leave the default getter. What's important is that we have two functions here. So this highlight takes a perfect, and then highlight equals perfect. And what we want to do is probably fire a signal, or just fire another function called like on highlight, which is what I would do. I would underscore on highlight, and then make that an empty function.
Because we're going to make it a signal later, is what you're saying.
No, I'll show you. So create an empty function called on highlight with an underscore, and just make it pass. And that should have a bool that's being passed. Just call it value. And then call that from func highlight with the new highlight.
This one?
Yes.
What?
You're no, you're already doing it. That was perfect. No.
Oh,
you still
because
want to set the value, but you also want to call on highlight.
on highlight is the one that's actually gonna do the animation thing, right?
Right. So highlight. Right. So highlight equals new highlight, and then also fire on highlight with the new value. So the reason we're doing this is because your test interactable should extend interactable. No, so what you're about to do, adding code to on highlight, don't do that. Because remember, you're currently editing the entire class, so every interactable would have what you're doing right now. What we want to instead do is make a new script on your interactable that extends... What just happened? What did you just delete? I wasn't watching.
Oh, I deleted the onReady and process functions.
What did they do? Did they do anything important?
No,
Did
they
do
were
for every
empty.
interactable? Oh, okay. So yeah, go ahead and make... You should save the script first, by the way. And then you want to, attach script, extends, or inherits interactable.
Wait, what's the difference between inherits and extends?
No difference. It's just that it writes it for you. Inherits is when you're creating a new node. In script, it's just called extends.
Why didn't this work?
Because it's extends. It's inherits in the create new node menu.
Oh, was there... No, when
There
you're
was
creating a
like-
node. Here.
Or even when you're attaching a script. There was just a thing for it. It when you're attaching a
Inherits.
script, sorry.
There it is. Okay.
It's not that important. What is important is that now we can overwrite that function, the on highlight, and add whatever we want to it.
Yeah. Let's just go copy pasta.
No, you shouldn't have to, because it should suggest it, because it's a built-in function of interactable.
What do you mean it should suggest it? It's like if I start typing it out, but I was like, why start typing it out when it would take less keystrokes to copy pasta?
Sure. But I like the confirmation of having it auto-suggest something that I created. I'm just big into that. it also confirms that it worked, because it should, like, isn't it a highlight? Because you typed on int instead of on
highlight, not on interact.
Yeah.
Still not working.
It should suggest it.
Let me try this one more time. No. Well, that is strange. It should be.
Okay, well, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about then.
Maybe because
well.
it's underscored?
No, that should... Because it
Like,
does
I
that
don't
for,
think
like,
the
on
underscore does anything, actually. But maybe.
No, it's just syntactic, but...
No.
Maybe.
What?
Sad. Oh well, we can still just write it ourselves, the on highlight. I would put the underscore still.
Yeah, I just put the underscore back.
We don't have autocomplete, I'm gonna cry! What if you tried... It doesn't matter. Anyway, but now you can put whatever you want in there. And we can do this for any interactable.
Yeet yeet.
It's a little extra, but I think it's good. Wait, this is being floored. Oh no, it's this that I'm saying.
Yo, what are you doing over here? You got pi? You have whatever tau is.
That was 2 pi.
Why not just do pi times 2? Yo, welcome back, Shiloh.
Because pi times 2 is a math operation, whereas tau is a constant.
Oh, true.
Somehow I've messed up. Also, welcome back, Shiloh. The angle we're working with is actually pi plus direction, because I wanted to make it from 0 to...
It is a color. Okay, we can just give it an RGB value. Perfect.
That should be working fine. How annoying.
Oh, was code singing? I didn't notice.
Oh. I occasionally sing while I work. But why? Oh, because I'm... No, that should be working.
What do you call the state of not being highlighted?
Inert.
Inert.
Why would that need its own state name, though?
Because I want to store the color for when we're highlighted and then the other color for when we are not highlighted.
Fair enough.
Idle. Normal. Normal's better. Do you ever have that thing where you stare at something like a word too long and then that word just looks like it's misspelled?
He is.
Happens to me all the time.
Somehow I've messed something up. It should be... Is it because I need to wrap around? Because it needs to be... Well, first of all, it's left first. But it shouldn't matter. Because the Lord... Print both. Let's make a messy print here. Why is that 0.5? Hello? Oh. I see. That is why. Because I'm doing 0 to 2 pi and dividing it by tau when I should be dividing it by pi over 2. Because I'm giving myself a float value.
What are you doing? What is this code
I'm
for?
getting the cardinal direction from the direction we're facing, and I'm using it to set the current walking animation. But getting that information is just annoying. I don't know if there's a nice way to get cardinal direction from a vector without taking it apart myself. I can do which component is greater and set it that way. It's just a really annoying bit of math to do all the time.
Oh yeah, because you have to convert this vector 2 that's just like 1 or -1 in whichever direction, and you need to convert that to an angle.
Well, I can convert to an angle easily with dot angle, but then I need to take that angle and convert it to an integer for a specific animation. So I'm taking the angle, which is in radians, and I'm putting it over tau, which gives me a 0 to 1, and then I'm going to multiply that by 3, which is going to give me my number.
Okay. Couldn't this be solved in like 4 lines with a switch statement?
No? How would you propose I do that?
Can't you just do like switch or a match on direction, and then your first case is vector 1 0, and then your second case is vector -1 0?
So I'm basing it on the that does not support controllers is the issue.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay.
Because get vector is not necessarily exactly 1 and so on.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking
using
keyboard we'd know, and that also wouldn't work for when you're holding 2 keys anyways.
Right. I'm currently taking the direction that we're going and using that to determine the nearest cardinal direction to determine the animation we should be using.
Mm-hmm.
And I know how to do the math, it's just I'm getting annoyed. I might just get like the biggest component. So I could do this in like 2 ifs. I would say
You know what I would have done if I coded this?
huh?
And it wouldn't be pretty, but I would have done like, if the rotation is between this value and this value, then we're looking up, and if the rotation is between this value and this value, we're looking right. And those would be
essentially a version of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's just a little more expensive.
It's more expensive, it's a little uglier.
If the... Oh wait, I can do direction dot x dot... Oh, I can do abs. Let me check... Let me check the vector too. Make sure there's nothing immediate we can do here. Max axis index. Very nice.
That happens to me once in a while when it's like, mostly it's after the fact of like, no, I definitely have it both times, but I definitely have the situation a lot where I'll do something the hard way and then I'll look back at it after the fact and be like, wait, I have the answer, which is better. I just had to go look for it.
Ain't that just the way?
But yeah, definitely when you're like, I know I coded this before. I know I did this, but where?
I need to pull up the chat again. Having one monitor is brutal.
Yeah, I am impressed with how well you're You seem to be able to see everything and interact with everything.
How well I'm coping my one monitor.
Yeah, exactly.
So direction.max axis index will give us whether x or y is maxed. And then we can just check if it's positive or negative. So we have this times, no, we'll just plus 2 times sine of, we'll say strong axis equals direction max axis. This probably isn't, this definitely isn't very cheap, but just for the sake of making sure this works. Strong axis equals that. Strong axis plus 2 times sine vector strong axis. Can you? I didn't realize you could index vectors like that. Can you just do that? Can you like dot 0, dot 1?
What would that give you?
X and Y. Yeah, you can index position 0. Look at that. Neat. Direction, strong axis.
But why would you do that?
For exactly the reason I'm doing right now. Which is that I'm getting, instead of doing like, is the X value greater than the Y value? If yes, do this. Instead, I just say, get the higher value for me, the index. And then I access it via that index to get the highest one.
Gotcha.
And this tells me if you're pointing positive or negative on whichever axis, while also telling me which axis.
I'm really scared to add things to the player because then all of your changes are going to cause merge conflicts.
Yeah, don't do anything to the player right now. What does he want to do? I can push my stuff in. I'm on the last function here, or on the last little animation bit here.
Okay, I can wait. Oh, we do need an exclamation mark jam command. I'm gonna go do that while you're doing that. But welcome, Captain Fubar. What is the theme? We are doing the Godot Wild Jam. The theme is folklore for the jam. And our idea is we want kind of the setting to be some characters sitting around a campfire and they're telling a story, and the story that you are playing and like making decisions about is the story that they're telling. And the setting of our story is a forest, and the goal is to get to a mysterious, magical lake. Mysterious or magical, we're not sure yet. A mini RPG? Yeah, I guess. I didn't think about it that way, yeah. I just thought of something really funny of like, my idea for this is like, I want the characters to pop up little text as you're playing the game, and they narrate kind of like what is happening in your story, and like maybe they argue a little bit about like what actually happened. So like you'll walk up to a crossroads and the story will be like, and then the character went to the crossroads and he went left, and then another character will chime in and be like, no, I'm pretty sure he went right. And then based on which one you go to, a bit like Stanley Parable, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But then I was thinking about the scenario of like, if you were to go back and forth, like you start walking down the right path and then the character argues, no, he went right, and then you turn around and walk back to the left, and the other character chimes in. That would be a funny little Easter egg if you do that long enough, maybe a third character chimes in and is like, okay, stop it, you two, make up your mind. The decision tree and that dialogue would be insane. True. I don't know how much we're actually gonna get through that in this 9-day jam, but we will see. Our ultimate end goal is to make it so that, let me add the exclamation mark jam command.
Nice.
Our ultimate goal is to make it so that every time you play through the story, the decisions you made in your previous playthrough have some effect on what the next story is going to be like. Morgan Freeman AI voice. I don't think there's going to be any voices. It's all just going to be text. Okay, now we have an exclamation mark jam command.
What's that and how'd you add it?
I have a stream elements bot. So when you type certain commands in my Twitch chat, it'll respond.
How very nifty.
Yeah. So now it responds. We're currently working on Godot Wildjan 70, and then it puts a link to the HIO page.
Okay, so I should be able to now. What is printing? You are printing. Stop printing. You also stop printing. 1, 2, 3, 1. That's. Excuse me? Oh, is it? Am I doofing it up? But yeah, print index. 1, 0, 2, 3, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. That's up, left, right, down. Up, left, right, down. Yay! We run really fast. I'm gonna lower that speed.
Yeah, I lowered it a little bit, but I agree.
Did you multiply it by delta?
Nope.
Yeah, at some point you'll need to do the times delta, so that's not frame rate dependent movement.
That's a good point. You were correct in telling me that I shouldn't trust the move and slide already does that? Does it actually?
I suppose that's true.
Oh yeah, I guess because you're just setting a velocity.
Oh, right, because we're not adding, like, we're not doing funky acceleration bit.
Yeah.
In that case, we're just way too fast. Because this should be like a walking speed, so we're talking like 75 here.
How do we change this, or do you want it to be... Almighty Tundra, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quell Squad.
Welcome!
Do you want the screen to scroll, or do you want it to be like area based? Like you go into an area and then you walk through a door or walk through a passageway and then you're in a new area?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
Say the two options again?
Okay, so first option, the map is bigger than the screen, and when you walk, instead of the character moving, it's the map that's moving. Second option is that the map is the size of the screen, and you have to go through like a doorway or walk through some kind of like passageway to get to the next map.
So the reason I got confused is because we still are walking through doorways and passages to load new areas, but the areas should be larger than one screen.
Yeah.
It is not classic Zelda. We will center the camera on the player.
Okay. Move and Collide needs a delta. How you doing, Almighty Tundra? Almighty Tundra, are you a game dev?
Up, Tundra.
Oh yeah, this snake that you see here, this is Code. He is...
Hello, that's me.
we are the team for this game jam, and we have a third unofficial member.
Is Godot a good place?
Yo, true. I can't resist anymore and wanted to ask, in terms of being a complete beginner and know nothing about making a game, is Godot a good place to start as a hobby? An important question is, do you know programming or art or 3D modeling, or are you starting pretty much from scratch? Nothing. Okay. I want to say yes, but I know that there are some like game maker and stuff like that that are like, I think, going to be a lot easier for somebody who doesn't know programming, maybe. But you'll also get probably a little bit of a lower quality product. I know that like Undertale is made in Game Maker, so like there are definitely success stories, whereas Godot is a full-blown game engine where you can do literally anything.
Well, they said they're not interested in 2D, which means Game Maker's off the table, basically.
Oh, I missed that. Not interested in 2D games. Okay, yeah, then Godot's where you should start, I think. Not the most beginner friendly. I'd recommend trying a video tutorial and see if it looks reasonable for you. But going 3D, you don't really have easier game engine options. Yeah, with 3D, you basically have, in my mind, the big three is Godot, Unity, and Unreal. And out of those three, I much prefer Godot and find it to be a lot easier of an experience. Develop.games.
You could use... Oh no, you don't want 2D games, right?
Wait, this is Thor's website. Oh, he made a whole website that talks about how to get into game dev. I guess the other consideration is like if you just want game to exist, or if you're interested in learning about programming and everything. Oh, Brackies would probably be a really good place to start with Godot. I think his tutorials are 2D though, right? Oh, but he does have the how to GD script. Wait, is this 3D? No, this is a 2D game, but still, great place to start. It'll teach you a lot, and a lot of what you learn here can apply to 3D. Gotta get a Word document going. Hold on. Sounds good. Maybe I should too, because I get a lot of people coming into this stream who are in the very much the same boat of like never done game development before and curious about how to get started. And it would be great if I could just pull up my notes and be like, here's the notes that I've taken. Here's what I recommend. I agree, Shiloh. With the Unity incident, yeah. That's a big reason why I'm kind of full sending into like streaming Godot and making content about Godot, is that Unity's kind of sketchy. Godot's open source and it seems to do everything you need it to do well enough. All right, Tundra, do you need us to repeat anything?
I think a little more ice sliding would behoove us.
I was going to mention coding, yeah. I also want to point out Quaternius. He makes a ton of free assets that are all licensed so that you don't have to give them attribution or anything. You can just download these asset packs and use them, which is really cool. Like, he has characters, he has weapons, he's got animals, he's got everything you can need to make your game.
Yeah, for 3D, it's really, really hard to beat Quaternius assets. We use them all the time for VR projects.
Were you there last week when I was gushing about Quaternius on stream?
I was not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when somebody pointed out that I was trying to 3D model a robot. Somebody pointed out that Quaternius already made a robot, and I should just use that. And then I went to his website and started seeing how many packs and like how good these packs are.
Yeah.
And just spent like 10 minutes just gushing about like, who is this guy and how does he just make CC0 packs that are just so good?
He's a legend, is the answer.
Yeah. I did find an answer to that question. If you go to his Patreon, he has 1,400 subscribers and the lowest supporter is $3 a month. So he's making at least $4,000 a month just from Patreon.
Pretty
minus 8% or whatever Patreon takes. But like, yeah, that's about enough to make a living. Here, let me put this in chat so you can get it. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is that you don't necessarily have to know 3D modeling and be really good at art to also make a game that looks good. There are a ton of free assets that you can use.
I have pushed an update.
Ah, yes. Let's go.
If you don't want to code and you don't mind 2D games, Construct is a pretty interesting engine. It runs in the browser, and you can do a whole lot without ever touching any code.
Wait, why did that? I think I need to restart Godot.
I think I'm still in front of the stream. Hi.
Oh yeah, you are. Thank you. For some reason, my game crashes when I press buttons, but I think that's a me problem, not a you problem.
You probably need to reload now that things have changed. It looks
Yeah,
like your
yeah.
game doesn't know that.
That's what I think too. What changed in the player T scene?
Error? You mean skill issue? Just try reloading it without changing anything. Just literally close it and open it again. Godot is like that sometimes.
But the player scene changed and it shouldn't have.
What do you mean? That's all I was messing with.
No, my player scene is different from
probably-
the one you pushed.
Probably just because you played it. I mean, you could diff that guy, right?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I need to reset the player scene. In my experience, doing a diff on a scene doesn't give me much information. Yeah, okay, it's still in the player stand-in script, or the stand-in texture, and just a whole bunch of JSON that I don't know what it means.
I can imagine this where a GUI comes in handy. Merge conflicts is the big draw to me for using a GUI. I find the interfaces for the GUI to be super annoying, and I don't like them. Probably because I'm just used to using the
There
client.
it is.
But I've recently become knowledgeable on how to do merges and resolve conflicts without the UI. So now I'm even less likely to switch to using a UI. Look, they walk.
Hell yeah. This is great.
So you should full screen that so we can see it, but also we gotta change this resolution. There's like some weird pixel clipping that's happening and it's driving me nuts.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that. What is
Thank you.
happening? Why is that happening?
I don't know.
Yeah, Code made this art. Look at it.
Yeah, I made that on stream. Let me
Use
try it.
commands
I
from
have
the
not tried it.
start.
Did you turn on like any settings for pixel art? I know you were blazing through that. Did you turn on any weird pixel art settings or pixel art optimization settings in the project settings?
The only thing I remember doing is going to the project settings and setting the texture filter to whatever it was.
Okay. For the sake of not doing
To
weird
nearest.
resolution, could you set the window size, which is like the override size? Can you set it to be wait a minute. What size is the window? We thought it was 2D. Game should be. Why is the game so big? Oh, I guess that's the right size. No, it is working. It's letterboxing correctly. Yeah, just for the sake of doing things right. Can you set the overrides to be 960 by 540?
$960 by $540.
Yeah, that's still pixel perfect. It's just scaled up by 2. So it should be easy to look at while not causing pixel issues. If you set scale mode to canvas item, it may help on imperfections. That's what I tend to prefer. I'm down to try it.
Do what?
Set the scale mode under display window under stretch to canvas items instead of viewport.
Is there
It is a lot nicer. Nice.
project settings, scale mode to canvas items?
Yes.
Should I set the window width back? Actually, no, we can just do this. That looks good.
Yeah.
I don't see any issues now. Will character have camera? You're gonna need to be
Yes.
more specific.
The camera will have a camera on them to track their movement. We'll probably extend the boundaries of the map so that we don't have to make the camera press up against anything. I don't think it recommended it. I think I wanted to switch it to viewport. I don't remember what the default was.
Yeah, it wasn't Godot, it was Godot.
It was Godot. I think default scaling is none. It just extends the boundaries or whatever.
Oh, really?
Viewport for pixel art makes the most sense to me because then like the viewport doesn't change. Actually, wait, is this extending the boundaries? Because we can't have that. Hold on, let me. No, it's keeping the scale. It should be fine. My worry is that it will start doing sub-pixel things, which I don't really want it to do. Well, I guess it can't because it's doing viewport, or it's doing canvas items. The whole point is that it's no longer pixel locked.
Oh, maybe that's why it recommends it, because it pixel locks it.
Right. Which is also why I did it. The snapping to pixels is what I was expecting to happen. Do we not have... Snap controls to pixels is on textures using nearest mid-map filter. No. Oh, snap 2D transforms to pixels. There we go. So if we do that and then turn it back to... That's under rendering 2D, by the way.
Do you want me to go there?
Yes, please.
Project settings?
Yes, project settings, rendering 2D.
And then what am I doing here?
It still looks a bit crunchy to me. Don't bother.
Okay.
We will allow sub-pixel movement for this game.
Or at least for now. We could always come back and try to fix it later.
Indeed. You win this time, Shiloh. Well, sub-pixel movement. I meant sub-pixel display. Sorry.
Okay, what do you think of
I'll fight.
this?
You know I'm good for it, Shiloh. I got Venom or whatever. What do I think of what, Quillis?
The shape of this collision for the interactions.
I would use a circle.
Oh.
I would also move the player sprite up so that the player sprite's collision is more towards the bottom of the player.
Shouldn't I move the collision down?
No, you should move the player up. Just the visuals.
Like here?
Higher up, higher up, higher up. You basically want their feet positioned to be where they are.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Why is this not doing what I wanted to do?
I agree. I would also make the collider probably not a perfect square for the player themselves.
Yeah,
Do a smaller,
I think
non-square
this
shape.
should be. How do I resize things? How do things work?
On the right, in the inspector. Yeah, at the top. Shape.
Here.
Up where it says shape. Click on the rectangle and then. But you should also probably replace the rectangle with a friendlier shape.
What do you want it to be?
Let me check what shapes there are. Is there anything more rounded?
There's circle. There's capsule.
Sure. Capsule's fine. Let's do capsule. We basically just want a rounded rectangle, which a capsule might as well be.
Oh yeah, it wants it to be elongated, huh?
So you would, does it really not allow you to make like a, you'd have to rotate the capsule 90 degrees to get it to be long.
I'm having a hard time imagining what shape you're looking for. You want the capsule to be wide?
Yes.
Okay.
Which means you need to flip it because it expects to be vertical.
Yeah,
Or you
gotcha.
need to rotate it. And then you lower the radius a lot, so it's basically a rectangle but with rounded edges.
This is so difficult to use.
You can use the handles in 2D, as Fubar was saying. So over in the viewer, you can drag those handles. I think those correspond. Yeah, you can see when you hover over it what they correspond to. In this
Got
case,
it.
the collision shape 2D.
Thank you, Captain Fubar. What do you think of this?
I think that's a little outside the player, and it's a choice. It'll actually work fine now that I'm looking at it.
Oh, okay. I heard you say a little outside the player and immediately
I
started
was
moving
thinking
it.
it wouldn't work fine, but then I thought about it, and it'll work fine.
Okay, I moved it back.
Players will get used to it being a little outside the player.
I think it makes sense to be a little outside. You don't want to be like inside the wall when you're colliding with it.
Flipping into everything, yeah.
Does this vibe?
Yeah, vibes. I would like to see it in action, but I guess we don't have any collidables.
Yeah, you told me not to try to make a map, so I have nothing to collide with.
No, we can do, you can do, freaking throw me under the bus here. We can do,
Sorry.
a tile map with some solid colors, which I think we did talk about.
Yes. And then I decided to go with interaction, so that was on
True,
me.
Mighty Godot icon. Actually, we should go with Fubar's suggestion. We should drop in a sprite 2D of the Godot icon and make it solid.
Yo, you're a genius. We have a Godot icon right here. Wait, you know what I just realized? Godot can use SVGs as textures, huh?
Yeah, that's a new fancy feature.
Because Unity doesn't. Unity can't. There's no way to use SVGs as texture in Unity.
Get wrecked, Unity.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Want to use the tile map. Do you have a link to it, Shiloh, that I could take a look at?
Yeah, is it public?
I just clicked that on accident. Goodness. Damage outside resource use the gradient texture to create solid colored tiles useful for prototyping tile maps. When drawing tiles class name.
Oh, I see.
I'm into it. When does it update? Sure. I'm down.
Okay.
We love community resources.
I am focused on doing the interactables, so if you want to mess with that, go ahead.
I will do that.
Nice.
Down this guy. Well, no, I'll copy paste it because it seems like a hassle
Looking
down.
for. I want to.
But I'll keep the file name the same, out of respect. I'm gonna create a new folder called classes. Next time, actually, I'll move stuff in there myself. Like level should go in there. Main should not be a class. We'll figure that out later. Don't you have an interactable class? Where is that?
I haven't pushed it
Oh, okay.
because I haven't been able to test it yet.
Okay, fair enough. Create new script. Call it. What is it called? Color tileset tiles.gd.
Oh yeah, you can't mess with anything inside the T scene or the player scene. So you'll have
I
to
can.
wait
Good to know.
until my updated collision shape gets pushed.
That's fine. I'm gonna be messing with the level.
Sounds good.
Well, not even that. I'm gonna be messing with a single resource. Create new resource.
You
of
haven't
type-
seen it in action? Surely you must have used it. Any of you on Linux or Mac? I haven't used Linux in a min, but it used to be my daily driver. Why do you ask? Yo, Shiloh's on a Mac.
Type gradient. That's a gradient image. Okay, a new gradient. And width height.
File names can be a source of huge problems. Oh yeah.
So I have a question about this.
Yes.
The gradient seems to be manually generated. Oh, tile size 16 by 16. I see. Gotcha. And then that's just a gradient texture 2D. Got it.
I'm debating if I want to talk to the area 2D every frame and see if it's colliding with something, or if I want to use signals from the area 2D when things enter and exit. Because we probably will have situations where you have a couple interactables inside the area, and then maybe you move a little bit, and that should change which thing you're interacting with, but it won't trigger the signals.
Say again what the question is.
Okay,
The root question.
do we want to use signals from the area 2D to determine which thing we're interacting with? Meaning the signals would be like something entered the area 2D, something exited the area 2D. Or the other option is we check the area 2D every frame and get all of the things that are currently in the area 2D so that we can decide which one we want to interact with.
When area 2Ds collide with each other, they emit a signal. What we want is when we see that the has collided with something signal has been emitted, we're going to add something to the or we're gonna switch to that to highlight that thing or add it to our highlight list.
Okay, I wonder if a better approach would be when this signal happens, we add the thing that we're colliding with or the thing that's triggering to a list so we can keep a list of all the things that are triggering.
I think that's what I said. I think.
And then we can check, like maybe every time we move or every frame or something like that, which thing we want to be interacting with.
Pretty much, yeah. You can check the things that are currently in the list, and then things get added and removed from the list via area entered, area exited.
Yeah. Okay. Because what I'm worried about is situations where you were to move in a way that would change which thing you want to interact with,
Yes.
but it doesn't trigger the signals.
It is a smart thing to think about because it's way annoying to run into that later.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you don't edit the gradient at all. You edit this list. I didn't see the list. So I can just... Nice! Does it also do it on color edit? Nice! Yes! We love this! Shiloh. So good.
Just use Shapecast if you want to interact with something in front of the player, rotate it with the player. What is Shapecast?
So we don't just want to interact with something in front of the player because we want to highlight nearby things that we can interact with, which is why we're adding things to a list. Well, we want to highlight the thing that we're closest enough to interact with of all the interactables, basically. and we're not doing it directional.
Interesting.
Okay, so now let me edit the level, test level, and I will add a new tile set. This is hype.
Interactables of type array of type interactable.
Wait, no, it's not debug tile set. I want a tile map.
Empty array.
Maybe this is the right thing. Oh, it extends the texture. Oh, okay. So it's basically just a texture to be used in a tile set. Okay. It's just like a nifty sectioned tile generator, tile gradient generator. I need to change the name of this then to debug tiles. And create a new resource of type tile set called debug tile set. Yes. I understand. It's okay.
I don't understand why you don't stream. You're such a character code.
I appreciate that.
Like,
it's because
I think you have a great personality for it.
well, thank you, Quellis. I think the reason that I don't stream and the reason that this stream is going so well are the same, which is that I require company to be a good personality. As soon as there's not someone to talk to, I am just like a dead silent rock saying nothing and being awkward.
Isn't his model so good? His avatar.
Oh, thank you, Tundra.
Also, what a clever way to turn around my compliment back to me.
Look, man, I am absolutely toast garbage if I don't have someone to talk to while streaming. You would think that I would be fine as a streamer, and I am not. I am an actual travesty of streaming abysmalness.
Is it a race? Is a race what we're looking for? Yes.
Okay, what am I doing again? What's happening in my life right now? Test level, right? Debug tile set.
I was not aware software and game dev was a Twitch category. I literally searched up making games. Oh yeah, that's been around for about a year. I think it's been around for about a year. A lot of people didn't use it though. A lot of people used just chatting because they would get more viewers if they were in just chatting. And I don't know if it's changed. I think it has changed now. That like people are used to, like, if they're looking for programming streams, they just go to software and game development. Okay. We can test this now. Yo.
And now I do my best to remember how to do physics. No
Do your
physics
best to
layers.
become physics?
I will become physics. immediately, instantly. Physics layer, add element. There we go, collision layer.
Has it been more than a year? Oh yeah, there also was the creative category, which I think... Oh yeah, you're right. Twitch now has software and game development 3 years ago. So it's at least 3 years old. In order to have simple colors as a tile map, you can just use a color ramp with a gradient texture 2D. That's what the script automates, says Shiloh.
Yep. That's what that script do.
That's what the script be doing.
Hey, why am I having such a skill issue with this? What is the deal?
I guess the obvious answer to our earlier conversation about why you don't stream is that you should be a guest on my stream far more often.
Now there's a suggestion. Why is this happening? What don't I understand about tiles? So all of these have physics right now when I want like one of them to have physics.
Okay, I have a question for you, Code.
Tell me the question.
Should we decide what to interact with based on which is the most in front of the player or which is the closest to the player?
Which is the closest to the player?
Okay.
It will be the intuitive way that players attempt to interact with things. Oh, there we go. Cool. Reset default tile shape. Reset default tile shape. Reset default tile shape. I am no longer
How
having
does
a
this
skill
work?
issue.
Position.distance 2? Position.distance 2. But these need to be global, right?
What's up?
Don't worry about it, I'm thinking out loud.
They do not need to be global because player space and level space are the same space. Or they're, yeah, they are.
Yes, but if that ever changes, global position would fix that, right?
Yeah.
And there isn't any problems caused by using global position here, so I feel like this is the way to go.
Yeah, no, this is fun. I think in some engines it's more expensive because it has to do the global transform separately because it doesn't actually keep in mind that sort of thing.
Oh, I assumed global position was just a stored value.
It is in Godot. It's processed all the time. But I remember working in something where it was not, and you had to like fetch it separately.
Interesting. That's good to know. One thing I dislike about the gradient is I wish I could lay out the tiles in a grid with max colors, but don't think there's a clever way to handle that.
Say that again? One thing I dislike about the gradient is I wish I could lay out the tiles in a grid with max colors. Max columns. What do you mean? Oh, not with a gradient texture. Do you mean like two-dimensional? Yeah. You couldn't do multiple rows with a gradient texture. But you could write to a image texture. When I made Tempering, the game I made 2 jams ago, I programmatically created an image texture when people created swords. So you could create a texture that way. It would. big is the player? Probably have a dummy player in here. I'm going to add something to the spawn point. I'm going to add a sprite of the player to the spawn point.
Does Godot have a continue for for loops?
What do you mean?
If I want to do a thing and then maybe I should just.
Oh yes, it has a continue. Sorry, my brain was not working. It does have a continue.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
It has continue, it has break, it has, I think it's called match in Godot for switch statements.
Yeah, it can just change the order of this and not have to do a continue. No, this isn't even what we want to do here. Hold on. Brain not work. Closest equals item. There we go.
Brain, more like main, am I right?
Main?
Okay.
Maybe watch Primogen react to a blog about a dev who ported Doom to JavaScript with 13 kilobytes. What do you mean 13 kilobytes? Created all textures dynamically. Yeah, I've watched a lot of Primogen, but not that one. Go on, Code.
Is there a way to make a texture visible only in the editor without using a script?
That is a great question. I'm Googling.
I checked visibility, but I don't see anything special. Make a texture visible in the editor, but only in the editor, without a script.
So basically the idea is when you're looking in the like 2D view in the editor, you can see that texture, but then you run the game and it's no longer visible while the game is running.
Right.
But
Because if you look down
without
at my thing
making
right
it a
now, you'll
script.
see that there's a duplicate of myself left behind, and that's from the little spawn point demo I was using to highlight my position. And it'd be nice to not have to remove that before being done. Yeah, I was hoping to do it without scripts, but yeah, I could just hide it already.
Tundra. What does this mean?
You're streaming your Discord window, SMH.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's nothing to see here. Like, oh no, you can see that I'm in the Valorant Discord. You can see I'm in the Quellis Discord.
Well, it's Discord.
Yeah, scandalous, I know.
You have a Discord?
I have a Discord. Please join my Discord. A bit of
Hey, you said I'm not
tomfoolery.
You said I'm not supposed to touch the player, right?
It'll cause merge conflicts.
Could you please add a camera to the player?
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah, you just parent it to the player and set it as active. Actually, I think that's default now, setting as active. I just killed my stream. Well, hold on.
Now you can walk around. Captain Fubar says that, I think it was in response to you wanting to hide the texture outside the editor. He says, unfortunately not, but there is a similar request about adding nodes to a scene that is removed when the game runs, a similar feature that exists in Unity.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Just debug stuff
Yeah, I saw that same. I think you and I looked at the same GitHub issue, and I was like, well, that's not what I'm looking for, so I'll keep looking.
Okay, I get pushed. Let's hope that when you get pull, it will just work, TM.
Well, did you change the player script?
No.
Then it should be good.
Yes, it should be.
Are you blocked by me at the moment?
I'm just waiting to see what you're doing here.
Cool.
I finished my thing and I'm hoping you'll test it, basically.
Sounds good.
Oh wait, I might have added stuff to the level, so if you touch the level, there'll be merge conflict.
No, I'm not planning on it. No, I did because I added the interactable to the level. That's fine.
It's fine.
That's a 2-click thing to re-add it to the level, so not too worried about that.
Recently purchased an OLED monitor. The colors are amazing. Also was wondering why the screen was so big. Turns out your old monitor was not a 27-inch monitor. Well, congratulations on the new monitor, Tundra. I'm jealous. I do not have an OLED monitor.
I've been wanting to get monitors that are better than 1080p one of these days.
Actually, Shiloh, you don't even need a editor script. Because on Ready is in-game only. So as long as whatever removes the thing happens on Ready, it'll be fine. Or do you just mean an editor script that removes the thing like when the game runs? As opposed to once the game runs removing itself? I didn't know that. You're good. That's the info I wasn't interested in. Spooky.
Why? Oh, because I did this dumb. Because I'm a silly goose, and this code goes here, and this code goes over here. I forgot that closest not equals null is true when it's not null, not when it is null.
You removed that from an if just now.
This needs to... Wait, what? Oh, because tabbing. It needs to be tabbed.
Yes.
I literally untabbed it, right?
Yes.
Thanks. There we go, look at that. That's not the color I thought I was setting that to, but that's fine. I don't have it unhighlighting when we walk away, so that's the next thing I need to do. But basically what our script does is every frame it checks all of the interactable items that are currently colliding with us and then chooses the one it wants to interact because it's the closest and then highlights it.
So it looks like every frame you're setting the highlight of the closest one to true. You probably shouldn't do that every frame. You should only do it when the closest changes.
How do I keep track of that? I guess I should store the interacting.
Wait, why? Why? Oh, yeah.
Otherwise,
Well,
I have no
you already
idea
are.
when it changes.
You already are. It's closest. Isn't that what closest is?
Closest. Yeah, I guess I could just move this up there, huh?
Well, yes. And then for item interactables, if closest not equals null, that means if there's currently one that's closest. If the var closest distance equals the position to the closest one, the item is equal to the item, and if the distance is greater than, should be if it's less than closest, if it's closer. If item distance is less than closest equals item.
But Shiloh, there are situations where the interactable you want to be interacting with might change without the signals being called. So that's why we have to do it this way.
That's correct. We're going to do it both ways. Enter exit is going to add or remove them from the list, and then we're going to do the distance check constantly. So Quellis, that if item distance should be if item distance is less than closest distance. Because we're checking if it's closer.
True. Thank you.
And then where you set closest equals item, first you should say closest dot set highlight false, then closest equals item, then closest dot set highlight true. That way you de-highlight the old one, which we already know isn't null because we checked that before this loop, or before this bit.
True. And then I wonder if also on exit we should also do that check.
Yes. But first, finish what we're doing.
Okay.
Thank you, Fubar. Have a good one.
Off for today. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Captain Fubar. Have a good one.
So, you can't, Shiloh, because as soon as you move, that is no longer an accurate measurement. Oh, no, you're right. Outside of... I didn't realize which loop you were talking about. No, you're good. Closest distance outside of the for loop. You're completely correct. Closest distance can be done before we run the for item in interactables. I'm sorry! You made a good point and I gaslit you. I didn't mean to.
Oh, because closest distance only needs to change when we changed which one's the closest.
Yes. I thought you meant it doesn't need to change every frame, but you meant it doesn't need to change every iteration, which is correct. It doesn't need to, no, even one higher. It needs to be outside of the loop altogether.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So after closest equals item, you want to set the highlight of the new closest to true.
You tricked me, Sly Snake. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Code, say again.
You said closest direction equals item distance. After closest equals item, you need to do closest dot set highlight true. Because you gotta highlight the new one.
Oh, here.
No, above that. There. Nope. Below that.
Yeah, you mean here it said this to
Yes.
true. Yeah, sorry. That was me thinking the right thing, but not communicating the right thing.
And then also put that set highlight equals true. Also put that set highlight equals true after the else closest equals item. And
Based.
then remove.
We don't need this now. It's redundant, right?
Correct. It's redundant and expensive because it's running every frame. Now it only runs if there's a new update.
Oh yeah. So if we calculate closest distance before the for loop, we don't know if closest exists, but we could just take this if statement and put it here. No.
Wait, that's not true. Closest does exist.
Then why did it crash?
Yeah, there we go. That's why. Because it needs to not be null. You're right. That's the check. So we need a global variable called closest distance that we'll set to 0 to begin with.
Well, we could just do this and then
Well, that's
put this
an
inside
extra
NIF.
line of code running per frame versus just running it once at the beginning of the code.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I'm worried about the situation, and it's unlikely because you'll be walking around, but I'm worried about the situation of if closest distance.
Okay, hold on. Can you scroll back down? I'm being told we're over engineering it. I want to look at what the issue is here. Line 20. What is that for? If
Because we need
that
to
is checking
compare.
our current. That is checking our current distance to the thing that we've previously selected, which is called closest.
We need to compare the distance from the one that we previously thought was the closest to the one that we're checking now.
Yes. I
To
do
see
not
if
actually think we're over engineering
The one we're checking now is closer than the one we previously thought was the closest. Closest distance should it be global? You're telling me.
We can set it to. That seems. We set it to -1. No, back censure, it has to be high. Set it to a -1, and then just put an or less than 0. So at the beginning, you say var. Yeah, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this.
What is
Get rid of the
this?
global declaration.
Okay.
And then say var closest distance equals -1 at the beginning of the interactables loop. Yeah. No. Not if closest is null. Just always.
Yes, thank you.
And then yeah. And then when you do if item distance is. Oh, actually.
So
It's
where this is
fine.
gonna matter is here.
Only 19 to 20. Hold on. Why don't we need that?
Otherwise, we have to calculate the closest distance literally every iteration.
You were the one who suggested this, Shiloh. What is happening right now?
Line 26. Set closest distance to the item distance. Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't.
But I also disagree.
Well, no, I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to do. So what Quellis and I are doing is we are checking the player's current distance to. Yeah, we're only using it. Oh no, we have to use it for every item because we have to see which item in the list is the closest item.
We have to use it every item here, and then this one happens every frame.
We have to use it at least once every item. But item distance has to be calculated for each one, which we're doing. No, we don't need... That's just extra work every frame. Why would we do that?
Well, but like, your idea, Shiloh, sets the variable after we check the variable. We need to set it before we check it. Otherwise, we have nothing to compare to.
Oh, okay, so...
But it'll be -1.
I think I see what's happening here. I think it's not that we don't need something that we have, it's that we need something we don't have. Is that every item should update that it's the closest and also update the closest distance. That way the next item is checking against the new closest item. Is that what we're missing, Shiloh? Because it sounds like you're saying we need to remove stuff that we have, but I think we actually need to add stuff that we don't have.
I agree with that, Exalted. That's definitely going to improve things.
I'm into that.
What do you mean that's what you've been saying? You never said that.
Okay, so that's not true. Shiloh did suggest max.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I missed
That
it.
was the first suggestion.
Oh,
I
yeah.
suggested -1.
Set closest distance to max integer or whatever. Got it. I did miss that. I was aware of that.
I don't like using max numbers, but it's fine.
See you soon, Tundra. It's even worse that Godot doesn't have a constant for the max,
It doesn't?
so we have to hard code it.
It has a constant for tau, but not for max? Yeah, I suppose storing -1 and doing a check is technically more expensive than storing max, because I'm doing a check.
I mean, it's not vital.
In my head, I think I'm still just thinking, like, it has to have if it has a tau constant, what?
Max value. But like if we go look at float, we got operators, but we don't have any constants. Maybe it's just not stored in float. I don't know where it would be though. I need to find my logic. Or you could just go make some popcorn and sit back and watch the shit show. Either or.
Why is there not a constants page on the Godot wiki? Or is there and I'm just having a skill issue?
That's a good point. There should be if there isn't.
Okay, here they are. They're called keywords. Oh no, keywords is everything. So tau is the same as if, as far as Godot is concerned.
What do you mean tau is
Terrifying.
the same as if?
Tau is under keywords in the same way that if is under keywords, which is very goofy to me.
I see what you're saying. Which means that max and min would be in
could
here.
Exalted, except we're using a collider. We're not doing distance-based things. We could use the fact that our collider is a circle to basically do the same thing, but that just feels a little messy to me.
Yeah, we could kind of just guess an arbitrary value that we know is longer, is further away than the maximum distance of the collider.
What about nan? What if you check something to be less than nan?
I think that would error.
Oh, infinity constant, INF, capital.
Oh,
Capital INF, infinity constant.
is INF an integer?
It's caps. It's just, I assume it converts to whatever type you're working with. There you go. And so now, when you say, you don't have to check the current closest one at all. You can get rid of 1920. I see what you're saying. So you're saying every frame we boil down which one's the closest one, and then check if it's different than the one we have. I see. I gotcha. So item distance is that.
And then we
I
need to
got
do
you. Please, Shiloh, have some patience. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Has it been 5 hours already?
It has been 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Feels like it's been 2.
So I think the wording you're probably looking for is, don't worry about the previous closest distance, and go from the top and check every distance to find the closest. Is like what the wording would have been there to correct us. As far as I'm trying to engineer my brain to figure out what would have worked for me. I'm not saying what you should have done in general to correct me. I'm saying as far as what would have worked for my understanding.
We're all working on our communication skills here.
You had the right idea. Oh, hey buddy. Hey, little guy.
No, Shiloh, nobody's saying that.
No, Shiloh, come on now.
How spooky was it?
Well, we do need to store the current closest.
I mean, don't click links that pop up in your Discord for sure. Even sometimes if they're from trusted people, because I haven't seen it happen in a while, but people used to get hacked all the time.
So the item distance is equal to, oh, you mean storing the actual item distance in this way? Yeah, we don't need to do that. Instead, we say if global position distance. Sorry, I hadn't looked at the code. I didn't realize we were doing that. So global position distance 2. Well, no, we only want to run that calculation once, right? Shouldn't end it to check.
We need to run it once for each item.
Correct. Closest does not need to be checked against null anymore for that. So if closest equals or is not equal to null is garbage now. You can get rid of it. Because we are pretending we're setting a new closest every frame. Even if we don't end up doing that.
So
we're
then
making something that works whether or not there is currently a closest.
So then we need to check it only for this line. The set highlight.
No. You don't. Oh yeah, if closest check highlight. Yeah. Correct. Look at you go. You and Shiloh are in sync.
Yeah, you right, Shiloh.
Good
job, team. Talks about Windows vulnerability as if we got enough of those. Y'all think it's legit? I'm gonna start Googling. I have no idea. Let me know what you find.
Shiloh, I'll have you know you're actually featured on the stream. You are slightly off camera, very safely petting a snake that is not dangerous, and it's totally fine and cool. It's super spiky and epic, but not gonna hurt you. That's the best part. It's going full frosted tips. Wait, could you go back up? Could we make sure that's fixed before we do the area exited? You know what? Go for it.
No, I'm going back up. You'll see it in a sec.
Okay. If your indent's too much now, because the if you took away.
Yeah. True.
So var item distance equals goal position distance to if item distance is closest false, and closest equals item and closest distance equals item distance, and set highlight equals true. Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Look at that short code. Rock on, Shiloh. That's a big float.
Okay. So then our issue currently is that when the interactable exits, we're not running that code anymore, so we can't set highlight to false. So we got to do that here.
Wait, what?
Here, let me just show you the demonstration of what's going on.
We can just check if that thing... I mean, it's probably not that expensive to just say once it's exited, set its highlight to false.
So, yeah, when it enters, we get the closest and set its highlight to true, but then when it exits, we're no longer checking it. Go update BRB. Alright, sounds good.
Just do on exit if body or if area is interactable, area highlight equals false.
On exit?
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
On exit, if area is interactable, interactables or area.highlight equals false. You don't, so doing set highlight is a little goofy. You don't need to do that. We did a set get specifically so you could just do area.highlight equals false. And then the set get will fire that automatically.
Oh, that's what the set get does?
Yeah.
I didn't... Wait, that's pretty cool.
It is cool. So you can just do area.highlight equals false and our set get will do the thing. Not that there's anything wrong with calling functions. It's in fact very cool to call functions, but it's also cool to do automated set gets.
Oh wait, this should... Oops.
I agree, Shiloh. I think if you get a message about Linus streaming on YouTube, his title is update Windows before watching this. That's a suspicious title. Is Discord telling me anything special? Discord, you good? No, we're good.
Yeah, update Windows before watching this. WAN show.
Specifically, you said a spooky Discord message popped up in one of my Discords. Should I be worried? Probably not. That sounds like spam. If it's not like a pop-up window from Discord itself or from some official Discord source and it's just like in a server, I wouldn't really mind it. Alright, test out the highlights. I want to see this guy.
Hold on, I'm reading about vulnerabilities.
Hi, stream. I'm your backup entertainment, Snake. I'm here to dance around with my VTuber. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I think we got to give the snake some kind of name.
Okay,
I want to do some kind of Godzilla-inspired name.
The vulnerability is bad. It's only going to affect you if the other person has access to your local network.
Got it.
So I'm like, I live alone. I'm fine for now. I don't need to end the stream in panic. Okay, that's not the colors I was expecting it to do, but everything else is working.
Is that from Linus? Great question.
No, it was... What was this article?
You need to make multiple of those, duplicate it, and put a bunch of them in so we can
This
see them
was
all.
Tom's Hardware from 3 days ago, so it is possible that something new happened. But I'm gonna go with that. What'd you say, Code?
I wonder if anyone got a bug bounty for that, or if it was just someone malicious.
I don't know.
So, real quick, fix the colors because it's bugging me. And then I want to see if we can add multiple of them to make sure that the distance system actually works. And Meta, Shiloh. Don't forget our friends over at Meta.
Meta is historically the worst offender.
Well, they're historically the ones that get in the most trouble.
Ooh, you got me there. Yeah, I don't have a Facebook account. I do unfortunately have a Meta account because VR, but it took a lot of deliberation before I made that decision. Okay. My understanding was...
You're doing it right. Your colors are just set wrong. Normal color is 64, 64, 64, and highlight is 0, 0, 0, which is black. You just switched the two colors around.
Okay, so then what is white? 255.
That would be,
This is
yeah,
supposed to be 255. When it's highlighted, it's supposed to be white.
Yeah, got it. The default color is also that transparent color. You might want to make that your off color. Oh, I think it's 0 to 1 floats for color construction. It's unintuitive, but I think it's 0 to 1 floats.
What do you mean it's 0 to 1
I'm-
floats?
I make this mistake every time.
Oh, is
it's
this supposed to be
1, 1, 1.
0.64?
Yeah, exactly. Well, not exactly. If it's 64 out of 255, it's 0.25 that you're looking for.
Wait, how do you know that off the top of your head?
Because 64 times 4 is 256, because their power is a 2.
So you're just a math god.
Look, I just... it's... Look. Power is 2.
Yeah, I'm not alone. Shiloh agrees. Yeah, what? That was incredible. How did you do that?
It's real-time power
You
is
just-
2, bro.
You just said 255 divided by 64 in your head.
I mean, yeah. 256
In, like,
into
seconds.
1024 is also divided by 4. The exact percentage? Yeah, that sounds obnoxious.
But I'm somebody who, like, the public school
Unless
system
it's-
failed me and I never learned basic math. So, like, I have to think about addition.
See, that's where you made your mistake. I was thinking max color 256 divided by 64, and 64 was thankfully an exact quarter.
Okay, you got me. What
We
kind
are
of game
making
y'all making? Go ahead.
A storytelling game where characters are telling stories around like a campfire, or they're retelling a legend basically, and you're playing as the character in that legend, and you will have characters commenting on what you're doing because they're the ones telling your story, and they might occasionally have disagreements about what's going on. That's the basic idea, is that you're playing a sort of meta backseated story experience. My description of the game has gone downhill since this stream has been going on for so long.
You were doing so good in the beginning.
It's not too advanced. Basically, you'll just see sort of text appear on screen to represent the people who are telling your story. It'll be either chat bubbles from the sides, or I think Quellis mentioned texting, but I think it'll probably be chat bubbles more likely. And you might hear like speech sounds. We discussed with our local volunteer audio engineer about speech sounds, and it'll just be commentary on your little small adventure.
Oh yeah, we have 2 unofficial team members now. We have 2 audio engineers.
Including off-screen Shiloh.
Yeah, I guess Shiloh is sort of an honorary member at this point.
Shiloh's an honorary petting zoo participant over on the off-screen petting zoo.
But the tech is... I don't think the tech would be very complicated. Like, the tech would just be like a bunch of triggers, and like when you step over a certain point, then a dialogue appears where the characters are like, and then the hero went to the right side of this fork, or then the hero went into the cave.
And from there, we're just Stanley Paraboling with the player deciding to or not to do what the narration says, and the narration will catch up. But rather than the narration interacting with the player, they're interacting with each other and squabbling over what happened.
Yes.
Could you duplicate your interactable and make more of them? I've been dying to know how they interact if you have more than one.
Well, they would all be the same, but yeah, I can duplicate them.
No, they wouldn't. The closest one would activate if they're next to each other.
Well, I mean, you said if I have more of them, and I'm like, no, they're all the same scene.
But the highlight behavior is not the same. You can control D that if you'd like.
It's too late. But thank you. All right, now we have 4. Oh, we want them to be pretty close together, huh?
Yes.
Let's put them in a little cluster.
Get 2 that are like actually squashed together.
Like that?
Well, I don't know how big the player collider is, so yeah, there you go. Perfect.
It's perfect.
Yay. It's just working. Interactable objects. Let's
Interactable
go.
objects.
We got them.
Great, and then
Objects are real.
so the thing that we are waiting for me to finish to do is to pull your changes, right?
Probably also pushing your changes, but yes. Oh, and solving merge conflicts.
Yeah, well, I can't push my changes until I pull your changes because you pushed your changes and I haven't pulled them.
Have fun.
Okay.
Once
Step
we
1,
solve this merge
stash
conflict,
changes.
and then we
Step
show
2,
off the
pull.
test of the new thing on stream, I will probably be done for the day.
Sounds good. Reload. Now.
But you're so right, we're losing track of time.
Did you just pull and reload?
And it's not like we need them.
Yes.
We don't need them.
With merge conflicts?
No.
So can we
Okay.
just
It didn't give any merge conflicts?
I stashed my changes. So
Oh.
I have just your changes and then the new files that I made.
I would restart the editor. Godot hates
Yeah.
this sort of thing.
When you make major changes, Godot gets angry. Check
Hopefully
out
trying to launch your changes didn't just
player.
break something because you had stuff that was in
Check out
cache and ready
test
to be
level.
saved.
now. Open Godot.
If we lost any of your changes, I'm going to be salty.
Okay. Yeah, it looks great. Now we do git stash pop. When did I add these? That's strange. Okay. And we gotta reload Godot again.
We were on the run, rocking around the clock. Now all we need is right here in front
What?
in front of us.
Boy.
So can we just
Oh, because merge conflicts. Got it. This is a situation where no, I don't need to do anything. I just need to reset those 2 files.
Which 2 files?
Project.godot and test level scene.
Okay. Well, test level, you did some stuff too. You added your...
Yeah, I'm just planning on doing that again, because that's just literally just dragging the scene in.
Okay.
But I don't remember how to just be like, use the incoming changes.
So
And
the original
don't edit
film,
the
Godzilla,
merge
was
conflict.
directed by and co-written by Ishiro Honda. So we could call my snake Ishiro.
Wait. Godzilla was directed by someone named Oshiro? Is that what you said?
Ishiro, yes.
Ishiro?
I'm not a pronunciation master, but yes.
Sounds good to me. But the real thing we all want to know is, what is the snake's story? Ishiro Honda?
Yes. I didn't want to call it Honda though, because that's a little goofy. I could go do what Yu-Gi-Oh did. I think they did Hondo when they translated. Oh, Taylor. No, it's Tristan Taylor. Okay, we're gonna call him Taylor. We're naming him Taylor after the director of Godzilla, Ishiro Honda.
Mate, Stack Overflow is just failing me today. Oh, never mind. How do I just be like... This is a situation where Gilly would just make this so much easier.
Imagine. Shiloh is like impatiently villain finger tapping, watching you struggle with the client.
Okay, we're gonna open VS Code really quick. Hold on. Where's this file? This is the project Godot. Which one do I want?
That's what I do. I edit the files myself when there's merge conflicts.
Did you have your resolution override at 96540 or 128720?
Just keep it at whatever you had it at. I think I didn't resize it.
Well, I don't remember what I had it at, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
It does not matter. So editing the file is possible, and editing the file with VS Code is even better, because VS Code notices the Git syntax and it's like, oh, you have a couple versions here, which one do you want?
Yeah, editing a merge conflict with VS Code is a good time. Except when you don't know what any of this means. You added a tile set, so we want these changes.
Pythor.
And we
Syntax
want
the
not
same.
these changes.
We can name it PEP after the PEP 8 style guide.
And then we want not these changes, we want these changes.
Snake overflow. Snake! I really like calling him Taylor because I'm naming him after Ishiro Honda, but changing Honda to Taylor because Yu-Gi-Oh changed Honda to Taylor. It's such like it's so unnecessarily extended.
Okay, is Godot happy now? There's so much going on in the chat that I have not been paying attention to the context, and I'm just very confused.
What are you doing? Something about Godot? What are you doing over there?
I got it
We're having
working.
important conversations in chat. Let's go! And look, the collider's correct, so you can do stuff with the walls like that. Let's Godot. I don't know. I'm still waiting for it.
I was watching a video about how to pronounce Godot properly, and the video starts with the founder of Godot in an interview saying he doesn't have any idea how you're supposed to pronounce Godot, and then concludes that the most common accepted pronunciation of like the name of the original play that the name came from is Godot.
Oh. See, that's the good ending to the GIF debate, is when he's like, I don't know, however people use it makes the most sense.
What was I doing? Okay, go to the test level, add my interactables.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
we will have the basics of a functional game with interactables. Look at that.
Yeah.
There will be plenty more to do. I'm sure we will be streaming some more when the time comes to do more. The tiles? Years. Years of my life. Let's go,
It's
interactables!
beautiful.
Look at it go! We won't have to program that later. That's the biggest, hugest thing of all time. And it's generic, so we can make any kind of interactable that all uses the same variable. Oh, it's so good.
We can make doors, we can make pickup items, we can have NPC interactions. We can do anything.
Shiloh, thank you for the tile set thing. So nice. How do you highlight what?
The interactables.
So there is a generic interactable class that we made, and all interactables have a highlight variable with a setget. And so when we run into an interactable, we say, hey, turn that thing's interactable highlight on, and then the setget fires off the highlight thing so you can do custom scripting. Thank you. I tried to think ahead and generalize it as much as possible to make it as easy to expand as possible.
Oh, I thought you meant the actual highlighting. Then my answer was just we changed this modulate to a different color.
It's possible that the answer that Shiloh was looking for was using modulate.
You knew it was modulate. Okay.
Yeah, I learned while doing this in my last game jam, like, a good way to generalize it already. In that case, I never had more than one interactable, so I never did like the distance check. I think it was kind of messy, which is why I never pre-solved that get the closest one and don't care about the last one bit, which is very nice. So It's a good amount of code save. We'd love to see it.
Oh, I need to push now.
Well, huh?
I need to push now. I need to push my changes.
Yes, please push your changes. You're such a not change pusher.
I know. Just get at everything.
As long as you're happy to deal with the merge conflicts, by all means.
The merge conflicts are solved. Yeah, we're good.
Let's go. Now, can you modulate the snake and change my color? That's the real question.
Where's this one?
Yeah, no, that's the full game. And actually, we've bamboozled you. Not only is it the full game, but it's no longer open source. We're closing the code and we're selling it for $100 a pop. So get your wallets out. It is open source. It is. I'll post my GitHub. It is a completely open. It's a dangerously open for critique. Please don't critique. Go easy on me. Repository. What's nice about Godot projects being open source is that I'm not really worried about the project not being laid out very well, because it is laid out well, because it's basically all done by Godot. Oh, dude, I look sick.
I made you pink. Oh, I like that blue.
Look at me go! That's a hue shift, because the rock is a different color than the snake, and the rock started out somewhat grayish.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just sliding the hue shift slider. I also changed the gamma and contrast and brightness and saturation.
Let's go!
Basically,
I'm a gamer now.
I have these controls and I just messed with all of them. I wonder how hard it would be to write something that automates the hue shift to make you RGB.
It wouldn't be too bad. Exalted, do you think you can make that game in 6 hours? Impossible. No team could make this game in 6 hours. It can't be done.
Where did he say that? Oh, there it is. Alright, I'm gonna put you back to normal.
Normal? This is normal. I'm a gamer. Yeah, we gotta have it something that can be toggled on. It's like hit a button and now I'm gamer. So when I do some especially epic coding thing, we hit the button and we're grooving.
Chameleon disco spike. All right,
Well,
are
thank you
we?
for having me on the stream. I'm done with my stuff for today.
Cool. I think I'm gonna end the stream too then. Let's talk a little bit about what's next for this game, so we both have an idea of what needs to be worked on and what each other might be working on.
Kylo, that's a fantastic idea. New reward for color changing snakes spike. What to work on next? I mean, I'm gonna be working on graphics because we need graphics.
Yeah. And I won't be, so that works great. Yeah, so what is... I don't know what I want to work on next. I don't really have a good vision of, like, where... I know where we are now, and I know where we want to be at the end of this game jam, but I don't have a good vision of, like, what the steps are to get there.
I am going to make all tiles from scratch. At least that's the plan. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'll actually do that tomorrow on stream if y'all want to see. I think a good thing to work on would be dialogue. I don't know how comfortable you are with UI, but having character dialogue appear on screen while you're walking, like those triggers are a super important part of the main game.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think that's a good plan.
If you want to do another twin stream, we could do that while I'm working on graphics.
I would absolutely love to do another stream tomorrow.
Sweet. I don't know if we'll have automated hue shifting, but we should have definitely channel point hue shifting that people can redeem.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. I don't know how to... I never figured out how that works to do channel point rewards controlling OBS. I think I have to write a bot.
You'd have to write some Python, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use any language, but I'm just saying Python is the answer to the question.
I mean, I did start writing a Twitch bot a long time ago, so I could just pull up that project. But I feel like in the middle of the game jam is not the time to do that.
Hear me out. And Shiloh, I think you'll agree with this one. We anchor the snake to the bottom right, and then you have a channel point reward that scales it by 1.1. So that at any time, someone could make it slightly bigger on the screen.
Yes. These are all things that I want to work into this stream eventually. I want to come up with a goofy PNG tuber VTuber model for myself, and then have goofy things that can change and happen throughout the stream.
Heck yeah.
That's a longer term goal that I have. If you have any ideas, let me know. These are my ideas so far.
If you would like scripting help, I would love to help make these things.
I would love to do that. I'm kind of torn between, like, I feel like I should focus on this goal of becoming a good game developer and making games that people care about, so that I don't have time to do any of the stream things.
You both become a streamer who makes games on stream.
Porque no los dos.
Because then you take time to do stream stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
You'll take a little bit longer making games, but it's fine.
Well, that's my whole plan here, Exalted. The idea is to become a good game developer and then help other people become good game developers. But, you know, like on an airplane, I have to help myself before I can help other people.
See, what you do is you have John Code, the snake, making integrations on the side while you're streaming game dev.
I'm sure you will. I mean, you were a little above me to start. You have a head start.
It's... Oh, hey, hello, it's me. Only me. I'm the stream now. Oh, okay.
I fixed it. I'm just going to the ending screen to signify that we're ending, or that we're winding down.
I was very happy to appear on the stream today. Thank you for having me. I do quite enjoy doing a twin stream. I would be a full-time streamer, straight up, if I had someone to stream with, because I enjoy it an awful lot.
Yeah, this was amazing. I really liked this.
Yeah, it's socially energizing. It keeps you awake, keeps you going. It's rewarding. It's engaging. Everyone wins. I'm glad you had fun, Shiloh. Thanks for all the help. You helped twice, contrary to your own beliefs about yourself.
You were very helpful.
Provided us with a very useful class.
You were a ton of fun, and you were super helpful. Big appreciate. Okay, bye, Code.
Shiloh, leave. Go away.
Oh, I thought you were saying bye. Never mind.
No, Shiloh said they have to leave.
Bye.
Bye.
It was wonderful having you. Welcome.
And goodbye, everyone else. Thank you for coming. Thank you, everyone who helped and watched, and we appreciate the viewership. And I'll see you later. I'm gonna head out.
Bye, Code. And everyone, consider joining the Discord server. And that's gonna be it for me as well. Goodbye, everyone. Oh, let me hide Code since he's not actually here. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you all have a good night, and if it's not night in your time zone, I hope you have a good time zone. Bye-bye. Wait, raid? Ooh, yeah. Do I have anyone that I can raid? This is not goodbye yet. Hold on. Let's see. Do I have any other developers I follow? I do have a developer I follow. How do you start raids now? There's a developer named JD Does Dev. I believe he is doing he's working on a horror game in Godot. The raid has been created. There we go. Please join the raid. Come raid with us. This raid timer takes so much longer than I thought it would. I guess I'll hang out until it's done. But yeah, this has been a lovely stream. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like 10 seconds. Just sitting here. But yeah, this is a great stream. Code is such a character. Love that guy. There we go. Now we're nearly there. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you in the raid.